people have not been able to beat the benchmark, because the last 2 years, only about 4 or 5 stocks were pulling up the market in terms of generating return. But having said that, after the March fall in the market, it has not left any difference between any sectors or any stocks, irrespective of whatever the value of these companies. Growth companies got hammered, the value companies remain more valuable. And in this scenario, all of them come at par. And this is the time where money managers, as Mahesh was mentioning, or maybe other my colleagues were mentioning, I mean, they will be able to find the winners and make a difference in the portfolio while reconstructing that can potentially outperform the index over a period of time. Even Nassim Taleb also mentioned about the active versus the passive. Even Dean Conner, who is Sun Life CEO, even he mentioned about this, if you recall, that in the long run, money managers to perform better than the equity market, better than the index is, of course, the probability is quite high. Therefore, active money managers, though they're underperforming there for a brief period, and in the last 3-4 months, we are seeing that trend also is changing. And given the stock picking ability of the money managers, and purely on the basis of bottom-up stock picking approach, I think they will be able to beat the benchmark. Having said that, I'm not saying that one should ignore index funds, and one should keep the index fund as part of the overall allocation, while doing asset allocation model between equity, which is a diversified, actively managed equity funds, and index funds, and fixed income funds. When you straddles between the 3 asset classes, and it can be part of their portfolio, it can't come at the cost of actively managed funds.
Alam, the grain of the truth here is that if you buy fixed income right now, you're getting almost 6% return because that's the yield right now. Is equity really worth it? Because with equity, when inflation is low, the risk-free return will also come down. So here you have a situation where government bond is giving you 6% with equity also taking a risk. So is that risk worth it in this uncertain environment?
See, I think risk will have to be seen from the angle of what is the potential of equity as an asset class can generate return over fixed income. Basically, the risk premium that you can get on by investing in equity, and secondly, the return that it can generate over and above the cost of capital. And the equity is the only asset class can actually give you over and above return over the cost of capital. If I have to take the cost of capital is roughly about 14% that will come for anybody who wants to set up the company, and equity is capable of generating more than that over a long period of time. But at the same time, one should also observe, at times like today, like COVID-19, and the equity asset class will be put to a test because it goes through a lot of uncertainty. Earnings could be at risk. Economic growth itself is at risk. Therefore, earnings may not come. In such a scenario, it may be seen as if equity asset class may not give return. At the same time, fixed income asset class, I always maintain that fixed income as an asset class, if you don't chase the yield, if you don't chase the YTM, if you don't chase the return, and if you are okay actually to get a moderate return in fixed income space, it can give you a real compounding return, but need not be necessarily will match up to the expectation of equity. While of course fixed income, most of the people think fixed income is not an asset class that I should choose mutual fund, I should go through the bank deposits. And believe me, I think if the same asset class, if you've chosen through the fixed income, adjusted for the tax benefit that they get over a period of 3 years, and fixed income as an asset class does have a merit to be part of the portfolio. Again, I'm repeating, need not come at the cost of equity. Equity asset class, assuming somebody has got 100 rupees, yes, he cannot put 100 rupees of money in equity fully. Therefore, he has to choose between equity and fixed income. So the question is, how much should be in equity, how much in fixed income will determine his long-term success. Therefore, while both the asset classes, it goes through ups and downs. Sometimes you may think that equity is not given return. That is the time you will probably shift to a fixed income. And fixed income at times may not also not give a return to your expectation in today's scenario. The interest rates are close to about 6%. Again, you will not be satisfied with the 6% return. And that is the time you need to have a mix of equity and fixed income as a portfolio. I am a firm believer mutual fund provides a solution for 4 buckets. One, every investor have got 4 needs. One is the savings needs, which is nothing but equivalent to keeping money in savings accounts. Second is the income needs, which is nothing but equivalent to keeping money in fixed deposits. And growth needs, which is nothing but putting money in equity for the long-term creation of wealth. And finally, every individuals have to generate alpha by 1 or 2% by doing the tax planning. And that comes in the ELS schemes. I think mutual fund provides solution for all the 4 baskets, which is saving solutions, income solution, and equities wealth creation solution, and tax solution. If assuming a scenario, one is able to manage in their portfolio by choosing all the 4 buckets in proportion, in small proportion, either 20, 25, 25, 25 equal ratio, or in another ratio as it suits them. And believe me, the experience that mutual fund can provide to the investors will be substantially better than just choosing only one asset class in equity or one asset class as fixed income.
I was speaking to Ray Dalio 2 weeks ago, Bala, the man who runs biggest hedge fund in the world. And he said that to survive this market, you need to do three things: diversify, second, diversify, third, again diversify. How would you react to that?
Yeah, I think interesting question is like Warren Buffett says, first of all, we should not, rule number one, don't lose money. Rule number two, don't forget the rule number one. Is easier said than done. It's extremely simple. And most of the time, I also believe the simplest of the stuff is difficult to follow. A complex thing that I think people generally try to understand more, because they pay more attention to the complex because they don't understand, and therefore you pay more attention. The more the attention you pay, not necessarily understood the complexity, therefore the complexity remains complex. Whereas in simplistic manner, if you have to diversify the portfolio, I think the mutual funds provide the great opportunity. Sometimes I have seen in 1999, when we ourselves as a fund house had large exposure to one single sector, used to give a fantastic return, which is the IT asset sectors. And we had to pay a price in 2000 bubble when it happened. And at the time, regulatory change also happened for diversifying the portfolio into various sectors, in various stocks, in different allocation, in equity. The same way in fixed income, even if I lose money on single security, we invest about 150 security as part of diversification. From money manager's point of view, such a huge diversification provides some bit of hedge against the volatility, against the risk that investors would carry. Therefore, diversification is actually the must. I think what he mentioned about 3 times repeating the same thing is nothing but reinforcing the importance of diversification, importance of discipline, and importance of staying with your conviction of long-term investing.
Bala, everybody is talking about the 2008 experience. First the fall and fear, and then patience and perseverance made rewards. The difference between 2008 and 2020 is that the pain and the anxiety and the curiosity, I think, is huge because of the medical crisis. But in terms of prices have not collapsed. Dow is down 12-13% from the recent high. Indian markets have moved from 7,500 to 91, 9,200 on the Nifty. So some would argue that while the economy is in a worse shape than last 10 years, IMF is talking about the biggest recession in the last 100 years. Equity markets are either behaving as if they're Teflon coated, or equity markets are ripe for a big sizable correction.
I think there are a lot of unknown this point of time one has to deal with Nikunj, as the last 2 days sessions would have given multiple number of times that everyone would have expressed about unknowns. And these kind of unknowns, uncertain time, only 2 agencies come to the help of the economy, rescue of the economy. One is the government of the respective government in the respective countries, and second is central bankers.
On that note, we're going to wind it up in this edition of Closing Grades. Just counting down for the third tranche of announcement coming in from the Finance Minister shortly.
Hi there and good afternoon. I'm Ruchi Bhatia. You're watching this special coverage of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman that she will be announcing the third leg of the economic stimulus package today. In fact, on the show with me is also my colleague Nayantara joining us this afternoon. Hi Nayantara, good afternoon. What's in store today? We're hearing some sort of announcements are likely for the services sector. It's going to be a big one to watch out for, isn't it?
I certainly hope so, Ruchi. You know, I think the biggest boost the services sector could have actually gotten was on day one of the Finance Minister press conference. It just got completely buried with all the headlines. For the first time ever, services are going to be treated at par with MSMEs and SMEs with a new definition, which also means your restaurants, your travel agencies, your B&Bs, guest houses, all of that is going to be eligible for the 3 lakh crore rupee credit guarantee loan scheme put out by the Finance Minister. So I'm certainly very keen to know what else it is that the government can do when we talk about tourism, aviation, F&B as well as hospitality.
Oh, absolutely. There was a possibility, Nayantara, that the government may just look at taking out some of those fixed costs. They were in discussions with various state governments also on that. If fixed costs like electricity on land, that can be looked at. And besides that, of course, there is a talk about giving some sort of tax breaks as well, tax holiday as well. But how important, Nayantara, apart from the big push to the services sector, how important will be the announcements on the agriculture front? The government has already given a go-ahead to various states to continue with the economic activity in the agriculture sector. Monsoons are also expected to hit the coast of Kerala by the end of the May of month. How important will be to give the much needed push to the agriculture sector too?
Absolutely, and today in fact the IMD has come out with its prediction of when the monsoon is indeed going to land. It's the third consecutive day of the Finance Minister's press conference, and incidentally she's likely to be back on Saturday and Sunday same time 4 p.m. With the stimulus package which the Prime Minister has pegged at 10% of the GDP or 20 lakh crore rupees. But Ruchina, a lot of other things are also happening, and let's just juxtapose that for our viewers. When you look at the MSMEs, when you look at services, you're seeing more than a 40% contribution, right, to the economy. Like I said, already services being put at par with manufacturing with the new definition that has come in, and that's the first time ever you're seeing it in modern India. But the other big one, and I'd like to tell our viewers about that in case they've missed it, is the Supreme Court today has stayed the move by several state governments as well as the Centre and the Home Ministry for urging employers to not let go. Yes, so the Supreme Court has, in fact, I'm being told the Finance Minister has arrived, so let's cut in live to that press conference.
I'll draw your attention to the speech given on the 12th by the Honorable Prime Minister, who, referring to Atmanirbhar Bharat, had spoken about supply chain reforms and how technology-driven systems should work, and also how the demography will have to benefit from it. So deriving from all this, today, the third tranche of announcements which are being made is focusing on agriculture and allied activities. Agriculture, fisheries, dairy, animal husbandry, and allied activities. So which will also have some aspects of food processing and so on. See, the largest proportion of Indian population is dependent on agriculture even now. And of all those who are dependent on agriculture, nearly 85% of the operational holdings are held by small and medium-sized farmers, small and actually marginal farmers. That is also referred to in the Economic Survey of 2020. However, it always goes to the credit of the Indian farmers who, against all adversities, be it of the monsoon or sometimes unwanted drought or some crop pestilence, in spite of all that, Indian farmer has always stood up to the challenge, endured a lot, and made India reach certain global benchmarks. Very quickly, I'll tell you, you are aware that India is the largest milk producer, largest jute producer, largest pulses producer, dals, variety of dals. It's also the second largest in global numbers, second largest in the production of sugarcane, in the production of cotton, groundnut, fruits, vegetables, and also in fisheries. India is also third globally placed in the production of cereals. So really, Indian farmers have really endured but made sure that his holdings may be small, but he would give us the highest yield. So today, we want to show you some of the slides also. Very quickly, without spending much time, I'll tell you what kind of support systems that we had established during the lockdown period, so that, as you are aware, keeping all the respects for social distancing and also ensuring all kinds of preventive measures are taken during the lockdown. It goes to the credit of our workers in the fields, our farmers, the peasants and the marginal farm landholders, that they almost concluded the Rabi crop harvest. And also many of the states have been successful in somehow pushing ahead with due procurement process. The crops have been largely procured in the wheat and the rice growing areas. The process is ongoing, but it goes to the credit of our rural population. So today, therefore, I'll also be showing you a slide a bit later on what we have done in the last 2 months to make sure that agriculture work was supported during the lockdown, just the 2-month story. But otherwise, post that, I'd like to highlight what are we announcing today for supporting agriculture and allied activities. I'll be announcing 11 measures, and from among them, 8 of them relate to strengthening infrastructures, strengthening capacities, building better logistics, and so on. So 8 of the 11 relate to such things where government allocates money, activities will be undertaken in such a way that very quickly we can ramp up on storage, capacities, logistics, and so on. The rest 3 today of the 11 will pertain to governance and administrative reforms. So that's the picture I'd like to put before you. But before we go to the slides, in Hindi.
नमस्कार। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने 20 लाख करोड़ का जो पैकेज दिया है, उसके ही आज तीसरे दिन की मीडिया ब्रीफिंग में हम आपके सामने उपस्थित हैं और आज कृषि के ऊपर ज़्यादा बात करेंगे। कृषि अगर किसान केंद्रित नहीं होगी, किसान कल्याण के लिए नहीं होगी, तो मुझे लगता है अधूरा रह जाता है। शायद यही कारण है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने इसका नाम भी कृषि किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय जैसा रखा था। तो किसानों के कल्याण के लिए लगातार पिछले 5-6 वर्षों में कदम उठाए गए, चाहे वो पीएम किसान योजना है कि साल में 6,000 रुपये किसानों के खाते में सीधा जाएगा, करोड़ों किसानों का आज सीधा उसका लाभ मिलता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, बाढ़ सूखे के समय उनको भरपाई होना, सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड बनाकर उनकी ज़मीन के बारे में बताना, ये बहुत सारे कदम पूर्व में उठाए गए। और पिछले कल भी जब हमने प्रवासी मजदूर उनकी समस्याओं को लेकर बहुत सारे मोदी सरकार की ओर से उनके लिए कदम उठाए, तो उसमें 2 बातें हमने फार्मर्स के लिए भी, किसानों के लिए भी कही थी। और उसमें 30,000 करोड़ रुपए की जो अतिरिक्त इमरजेंसी वर्किंग कैपिटल कार्यशील पूंजी की हमने बात कही, ये 90,000 करोड़ के अलावा थी, जो किसानों के लिए नाबार्ड के माध्यम से लगभग 3 करोड़ परिवारों को इसका लाभ मिलेगा। और 2 लाख क्रेडिट कार्ड बनाकर उनको लगभग 2 लाख करोड़ का जो हमने लाभ देना था 2.5 करोड़ किसानों को, उसकी विशेष मुहिम चलाई जाएगी। ये पिछले कल आपने आपके सामने रखा था। आज कुछ और कदम उस दिशा में हम उठाने वाले हैं, जिसके 11 बिंदु होंगे, उसकी जानकारी अब हम आपको देंगे।
About yesterday's announcement, I think the slide has got enough to give you. I'll straight go over to covering today's announcements, but linkage with the 2 steps that I had announced yesterday for the agriculture, for the farmers' welfare, for the additional emergency working capital requirements through NABARD, which we would be infusing, and also to make sure that 2 lakh crore credit will be available under the Kisan credit card. Those were particular references to yesterday. Now we move over to today's, where we are coming up with, oh yes, sorry, before I go to that, in the last 2 months, very quickly, a number of measures have been taken to support farmers. Particularly additional steps that we had taken where the minimum support price purchases to an extent of 74,300 crores had taken place during the lockdown. 74,300 crores of purchases based on minimum support price happened during the lockdown, and also 18,700 crores have been transferred to the accounts of farmers directly into their accounts under the scheme PM Kisan Samman, and that is only during the 2 months. And then Fasal Bima Yojana claim payments have been cleared to the extent of 6,400 crores in the last 2 months. Bima Yojana claims, when a farmer wants to utilize and ask for the claim so that he gets the insurance money in his name, such claims totaling 6,400 crores have been cleared in the last 2 months. We now move to the steps that I want to announce today. There's additional steps also for the animal husbandry, which is worth recalling. Sorry about this. It's absolutely important to know that during the lockdown, all of you all would have been reporting also, media, that milk was being produced, and the usual restaurants and the hotels and the consumers were all under lockdown. So a lot of dairy industry people were put to severe difficulties. The milk was being thrown on streets saying our consumers are all locked down, they can't buy it from us. So during that period, 560 lakh per day of liters of milk, 560 lakh liters of milk were procured by cooperatives against the daily sale of 360 lakh liters which is produced per day. Now those were also utilized for a further amount of 111 crore liters have also been extra procured over and above the usual quantities which come to the market. 4,100 crores have been paid on that account. So money goes to the hands of the milk producing farmers or dairy keepers. A new scheme also was utilized for interest subvention of about 2% per annum for dairy cooperatives. Additionally, 2% per annum of interest subvention also was provided to incentivize prompt payment, repayment, and interest servicing. So, and this scheme is further to be continued, and this is expected to unlock 5,000 crores of additional liquidity, benefiting 2 crore farmers. So this is something which was triggered during the lockdown so that farmers get the money in their hands This is the impact which I'd like to draw your attention to.
कोविड-19 के दौरान पिछले 2 महीनों में बहुत सारे कदम किसानों के हित में उठाए गए और न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य देने के लिए लगभग 74,300 करोड़ रुपया खर्च किया गया, जो सीधा किसानों को गया है उनकी खरीद करने के लिए उत्पाद की। और इसके अलावा जो पीएम किसान योजना है उसके अंतर्गत 18,700 करोड़ रुपया पिछले 2 महीनों में किसानों के खाते में सीधा डाला गया है। फसल बीमा योजना के माध्यम से भी जो उनके क्लेम्स मिलने थे वो 6,400 करोड़ रुपए के क्लेम किसानों को मिले हैं। और यही नहीं, पशुपालन एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है किसान की ज़िंदगी का, एक अतिरिक्त आय का साधन बनने के लिए। लेकिन दूध की खपत कम हुई और कुल 360 लाख लीटर दूध जो प्रतिदिन पहले वो खरीदते थे उसकी बजाय 560 लाख लीटर प्रतिदिन उन्होंने दूध खरीदा है, जिसके चलते कुल मिलाकर 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की एडिशनल लिक्विडिटी की जो मदद है वो 2 करोड़ किसानों को इस योजना के माध्यम से की गई। और कुल मिलाकर 2% जो है वो ब्याज अनुदान उनको दिया गया। और जिन्होंने जल्द पेमेंट की, प्रॉम्प्ट पेमेंट की है या इंटरेस्ट सर्विस समय पर किया है, उनको अतिरिक्त ब्याज अनुदान 2% और दिया गया है। तो कुल मिलाकर 2 करोड़ किसानों को 5,000 करोड़ रुपये का लाभ इसमें हुआ, उनको भुगतान हुआ है। और कुल मिलाकर 111 करोड़ लीटर एक्स्ट्रा प्रोक्योरमेंट इसमें हुई, जो लगभग 4100 करोड़ रुपए की है।
Again, for the last 2 months, just to give you reassurance that some of the dates which we had extended for fisheries related activities, because many of them had overseas contracts in getting the brood stock or in getting some of the consignments which were coming from abroad, all the deadline extensions have been honored. The validity for SIPs, sanitary import permits for import of shrimp brood stock, was extended by 3 months. We have also condoned the delay of 1 month in the arrival of brood stock consignments, and for all the quarantine cubicles which were booked, but because of the delays, they were going to have to forfeit the monies that they paid. We allowed rebooking at no extra or additional charge. All this has been respected, and also the verification of the documents for grant of NOC for quarantining has also been relaxed from 7 days to 3 days. So very many measures which will help shrimp farmers, marine farmers, and also coastal farmers, which were given the kind of extension because of the lockdown, have all been extended duly, and help and assistance have been extended as promised. So I want to underline the fact that registration of 242 registered shrimp hatcheries and also rearing hatcheries were expiring on 31st March. They have been extended by another 3 months without any additional burden on them. So such operations also of the marine capture fisheries and aquaculture have also been relaxed to cover inland fisheries and hatcheries.
पिछले 2 महीनों में 242 नई श्रिम्प हैचरीज़ को रजिस्ट्रेशन दी गई, और जो रेयरिंग हैचरीज जिनकी एक्सपायरी 31 मार्च को हो रही थी उसको 3 महीने की एक्सटेंशन दे दी गई है। और बाकी ऑपरेशंस भी मरीन कैप्चरिंग के लिए जो थे उनको और एक्वाकल्चर के लिए जो रिलैक्सेशन देनी थी वो भी दी गई, और जो 4 घोषणाएं हमने इनको लेकर पहले की थी उनको भी लागू कर दिया गया है मत्स्य पालन को लेकर।
I go to today's announcements. The third tranche covering agriculture. First 8 steps are towards monies going for infrastructure capacity building. And from among the 8, so the first one is we provide 1 lakh crore for aggregators, FPOs, primary agriculture cooperative societies, farmer producer organizations which I mentioned, FPOs, all for strengthening the farm gate infrastructure. Farm gate infrastructure are cold chains, post-harvest management infrastructure, storage centers, yards from where they have to do it. So this fund for 1 lakh crore is being created. Here private entrepreneurs, agricultural entrepreneurs, startups, all of whom are now looking at facilitating by procuring from the farmers and reaching out with value addition to the global markets, don't have the infrastructure. So this fund for 1 lakh crore will immediately address that issue, and that fund will be created at the earliest.
हमारा किसान बाढ़ हो, बारिश हो, तूफान हो, आंधी हो, अपना पसीना बहाकर 137 करोड़ भारतीयों का पेट तो भरता ही है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ एक्सपोर्ट करने में मदद करता है। लेकिन भंडारण की कमियां होने के कारण कई बार और मूल्य संवर्धन के अवसर ना होने के कारण कमी रह जाती थी। उस कमी को पूरा करने के लिए 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का कृषि आधारभूत ढांचा बनाने के लिए ये योजना लाई गई है, जिसमें चाहे कोल्ड चेन हो या फसल कटाई के बाद प्रबंधन करने के लिए जो भी सुविधाएं वैल्यू चेन के लिए बनानी है वो उसमें बनाई जाएंगी, और इससे लाभ मिलेगा मूल्य संवर्धन के लिए भी, भंडारण की क्षमता बढ़ाने के लिए भी, और कुल मिलाकर किसान की आय को भी इसमें बढ़ोतरी मिलेगी। और भारत न केवल अपनी मांग को पूरी कर पाएगा, एक्सपोर्ट करने में भी इसकी आने वाले समय में बहुत मदद मिलेगी। और ये जो है इसका जो लाभ होगा वो प्राइमरी एग्रीकल्चर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज़ हो, फार्मर प्रोड्यूस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हो जो किसान उत्पादक संघ हैं, या कृषि उद्यमी हो, स्टार्टअप्स हो, एग्रीगेटर्स हो जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कृषि के क्षेत्र में लाते हैं, ये सब इनके माध्यम से आधारभूत ढांचा कृषि के क्षेत्र में उनके फार्म गेट पर खड़ा किया जाएगा ताकि इन सुविधाओं का लाभ मिल सके, और इस फंड को जल्दी क्रिएट करके शुरुआत की जाएगी।
The next of the 8 steps towards capacity building, logistics and so on is for food enterprises who are micro in size. We shall be providing a fund of 10,000 crores. It's a scheme which will get executed with a cluster-based approach. I recall Prime Minister Modi when he spoke on the 12th of May, speaking about be vocal for local. This is one of the ways in which the local capacities, the local value-added product can have a global outreach, can reach out for global markets and build brands. They can create products of global standards, and therefore marketing them globally will also be assisted through this fund. Most of the products that we are aiming to deal with in this scheme will be related to health and wellness products, nutritional products, herbal products, organic products, and products which are now being used as alternatives for a healthy living. So this we expect will benefit 2 lakh MFEs, micro food enterprises. 2 lakh of them will benefit by bringing them up to that level, modernizing their production techniques, giving them capacities, branding their produce, and so on. But because it's going to be cluster-based, I would want to broadly give you a picture of what we are aiming at. Let us say if it is Bihar, makhana is considered to be one of the very nutritious food without any calorie concerns. One can always use it as a snack. And therefore, in Bihar, the cluster would aim at makhana cluster. Kashmir would aim at kesar, saffron cluster. Karnataka can have ragi and coarse grains, which is today considered to be the most healthiest alternative for gluten-rich wheat and rice. So the Northeast will have bamboo shoots and organic fruits. Telangana can have turmeric. We are only suggesting this because turmeric latte is a big thing outside. Milk made out of whipping cream and turmeric. So turmeric is rich in this country. There can be clusters formed. And Andhra can do chilies. Tamil Nadu can do tapioca, sago, and whole lot of other things. I'm just giving examples. So the cluster-based is going to focus on those organic and herbal materials or nutritional and health-conscious, wellness-related food items in which India has a great strength. So this particular micro-fund enterprises, which will have 10,000 crores given by the government, will aim at branding and promoting such clusters. The focus will be on women, focus will be on SC and STs, focus also, where possible, will be on aspirational districts. I forgot to add the states and the products. One Sampada, states which are rich in forestry produce, minor forestry produce, we can also have a cluster which will also benefit them.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लोकल के लिए वोकल और लोकल से ग्लोबल ये अपने आत्मनिर्भर भारत के पूरे उस दिन के संबोधन में देश के सामने बात रखी और उसी दिशा में एक और ये बड़ा कदम है कि किस तरह से असंगठित क्षेत्र के हमारे जो सूक्ष्म खाद्य संस्करण इकाइयां हैं उनको संगठित किया जा सके, उनकी टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेडेशन की जा सके, तकनीकी उनको जानकारी दी जा सके, ब्रांड बनाने में, मार्केटिंग करने में उनको लाभ मिल सके। और इसी कार्य के लिए सूक्ष्म खाद्य संस्करण इकाइयों के लिए 10,000 करोड़ रुपए की योजना हम ये लेकर आए हैं, जो क्लस्टर बेस्ड अप्रोच होगी। लगभग 2 लाख ऐसी सूक्ष्म खाद्य संस्करण इकाइयों को इससे लाभ मिलेगा। जब 2 लाख को मिलेगा तो समझ लीजिए लाखों लोग जो इससे जुड़े उनको भी रोजगार स्वरोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे और आय के साधन भी बढ़ेंगे। तो किसानों के लिए एक बड़ी बात ये होगी। क्लस्टर बेस्ड पे हमने इसलिए कहा कि मान लीजिए कश्मीर में केसर है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बैम्बू शूट्स हैं, आंध्रा में चिल्ली है, उत्तर प्रदेश का आम है, तमिलनाडु का टर्मिक है, ऐसे बिहार का मखाना हो। तो इस सब बातों को लेकर, यानी कि सभी राज्यों को तो आज नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन हर जगह जहाँ जहाँ जो क्लस्टर अप्रोच बनाई जा सकती है, इसके माध्यम से इनकी टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेडेशन भी होगी, मार्केटिंग ब्रांडिंग भी होगी, आय के साधन भी बढ़ेंगे। उस दिशा में बढ़ने के लिए 10,000 करोड़ रुपया इसके लिए प्रावधान किया गया।
I go to the third of the 8, which is looking at logistics capacity and other provision of facilities for under the Matsya Sampada Yojana, which was announced during the budget. Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana was announced during the budget, but clearly the amounts and the provisioning and also making sure that critical gaps are getting filled are all now getting through, and we are announcing it for execution immediately. What this would mean is for activities related to marine, inland fisheries and also aquaculture, this money would be provided. We expect it will give employment for about 55 lakhs of people, and it will help in doubling India's export to reach 1 lakh crores. We also hope that this will bring in better standards in traceability, laboratory networks will be provided, fishing vessels, new fishing vessels can be given for fishermen and so on, new fishing harbors can also be built. And during the ban period, in the sense not the COVID ban period, but every year fishermen don't go to the sea during a certain period. At that during that period also, they can get some kind of assistance. So personal boat and insurance for boats, both personal and also both can be insured, insurance will be provided. So this we expect will lead to additional fish production of about 70 lakh tons over the next 5 years. Now everywhere, as I go on, I've done about 3, now I'll go to 4th, 5th and so on, everywhere the underlying principle is to empower people, give them resources so that they can produce for themselves and have a livelihood for themselves rather than go only on entitlements. Where entitlements are due, yes, they will be given. But largely, our focus is making sure India stands up on its own, India is able to be helped to stand up on its own, in turn generate more jobs and so on. So you find a lot more giving of empowering people through creation of skills, creation of logistics and so on.
पिछले कल जब हमने 2.5 करोड़ किसानों के लिए किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के माध्यम से 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया देने की बात कही थी, तो उसमें मछुआरे और पशुपालकों की बात भी कही थी। उसी दिशा में आज एक और बड़ा कदम है, प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा योजना। इसके माध्यम से इसके लिए हमने 20,000 करोड़ रुपए का ये योजना लेकर आए हैं और इसमें जो कमियां थी पूरी वैल्यू चेन में उसको पूरा करने का एक प्रयास है, ताकि हमारे मछुआरे भाई बहन इनको समुद्री और अंतर्देशीय मत्स्य पालन में इनका सम्मिलित विकास हो सके और उसको बल मिले। 11,000 करोड़ रुपया इसके लिए समुद्री और अंतर्देशीय मत्स्य पालन के लिए, एक्वाकल्चर की गतिविधियों के लिए मिलेगा, और 9,000 करोड़ रुपया इसके आधारभूत ढांचे के विकास के लिए, चाहे वो फिशिंग हार्बर हो, कोल्ड चेन हो, मार्केटिंग की सुविधा हो, मंडियों की बात हो, इस सब के लिए उनको 9,000 करोड़ रुपये का प्रावधान किया जाएगा। और इससे हमारी जो फिश प्रोडक्शन है, मछली का उत्पादन है, वो भी अतिरिक्त जो होगा, अतिरिक्त मछली उत्पादन जो होगा वो 70 लाख टन अगले 5 वर्षों में होगा। 55 लाख लोगों को इससे रोजगार मिल पाएगा और 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एक्सपोर्ट होगा, जो लगभग दुगना हो जाएगा। तो आप कल्पना कीजिए कि आने वाले वर्षों में कितना लाभ रोजगार और एक्सपोर्ट यानी कि निर्यात के लिए भी इस योजना के माध्यम से मिलेगा।
We move next to the 4th item of the 8 which I propose to put before you. This is very much just to refer to what from January 20, Pradhan Mantri ji has been looking at the foot and mouth disease of animals. Many of our animals, because they have not been vaccinated, suffered from this foot and mouth disease, as a result of which many of our milk-related produces or dairy or even animals which get infected could not be coming over to the markets. So farmers or animal keepers had a lot of suffering. So in order that we ensure 100% vaccination of all cattle, all buffalo, all sheep, all goat and pig population, nearly 53 crore animals. India is one of the largest livestock bearing country. And therefore, for a country of that size with one of the largest stock of animal with us, FMD has to be eradicated. Therefore, till date, beginning January, in spite of the lockdown difficulties, 1.5 crore cows and buffaloes have been tagged and they have been vaccinated. So traceability can be established. Why am I saying this? This had a commitment of over 13,000 crores from January of this year. That amount is also flowing, and now post the lockdown, in the green zones at least, this work shall continue with great speed. This forms the basis for my next slide, which pertains to animal husbandry and the money which is being allowed for that building of capacities in animal husbandry.
देखा जाए तो दुनिया भर में भारत में सबसे ज़्यादा पशुधन वाले देशों में से एक हैं हम, और गाय हो, भैंस हो, भेड़, बकरी, सुअर हो, ऐसे 53 करोड़ जो पशुओं का, जो एनिमल्स की बात करते हैं, उनके लिए टीकाकरण करने की योजना हम लेकर आए हैं, जिसके ऊपर लगभग 13,343 करोड़ रुपया खर्च होगा। और जो आम भाषा में कहा जाता है कि मुंह पका खुर पका रोग मुक्त हम इनको करेंगे, मुंह पका खुर पका रोग मुक्त हम इनको करेंगे, ऐसे 53 करोड़ पशुओं को इससे निजात मिलेगी। 13,343 करोड़ रुपया इसके ऊपर खर्च होगा। ये फुट एंड माउथ डिसीज से उनको मुक्ति मिलेगी। इससे हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स की अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी और मांग बढ़ेगी और स्वीकार्यता बढ़ेगी, और इससे हमारे दूध उत्पादन में उसमें भी बढ़ोतरी होगी और पशुओं को भी एक अच्छा जीवन जीने का अवसर मिलेगा।
And if we have created such healthy, vaccinated animals whose traceability is high, and we ensure that the ground is very well laid, animal husbandry, particularly dairy sector, can now really take the advantage of this kind of a activity which Government of India has done. Therefore, 15,000 crores will be spent for dairy infrastructure. This will help, and we also hope that many private investments can also come into this area, because it has great potential for export, great potential within India for the market, various items, whether it is milk or powdered milk or butter, ghee, or even any cheese varieties which we need for domestic or for international consumption are all possible. So we aim to support private investment also in dairy processing, value addition, and also for cattle feed infrastructure. Cattle feed is a potential area not just for India. Export of cattle feed also has a lot of scope. And therefore, Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund of 15,000 crores is being established, and that can work as, as an incentive. We can also give incentives for establishing of plants, industrial plants for export of niche products, like the way I said, cheese or processed milk or milk powder or cream. Such units will have to be established, which are scientifically done, and standards can be established. So Government of India will also give incentives for such plants which will get established in India, where you have healthy animals, vaccinated animals, good milk being available. So dairy industry.
पशुपालन में भी देश के किसान पीछे नहीं रहे, लेकिन आधारभूत ढांचा वहाँ पर भी सुधरे, और इसीलिए पशुपालन सेक्टर में बुनियादी ढांचा के लिए ये विकास फंड बनाया गया है, जिसको एनिमल हस्बेंड्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट फंड कहा गया। 15,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान इसमें किया गया है, ताकि जो दूध उत्पादन होता है उसकी प्रोसेसिंग करने के लिए इंडस्ट्री लग सके, मूल्य संवर्धन उसमें हो सके, वैल्यू एडिशन हो सके, और जो पशु चारे के लिए प्लांट्स हैं, कैटल फीड प्लांट्स हैं, वो भी बन सके, उसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी खड़ा हो सके, ना केवल अपनी आपूर्ति के लिए, स्थानीय मार्केट के लिए, बल्कि एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए भी इसमें बहुत अवसर मिलेंगे। इसके लिए 15,000 करोड़ रुपए का फंड ये पशुपालन सेक्टर के बुनियादी ढांचे के लिए दिया गया है।
I move from here to the sixth point of the 8. Promotion of herbal cultivation. There is a National Medicinal Plants Board. 4,000 crores of rupees is getting allocated for this purpose. This board has already supported 2.25 lakh hectares of area under cultivation for medicinal plants. We think greater 10 lakh, up to 10 lakh hectares will also be brought in for herbal cultivation in the next 2 years, with an additional outlay of, with an outlay of 4,000 crore, which is what I'm announcing now. And this will help generate at least 5,000 crores of income for those farmers who are engaged in this cultivation. Additional extents are also being expected to be brought in. But more importantly, we again refer to a speech by the Honorable Prime Minister where he had said, on both the banks of the river Ganga, there can be herbal and medicinal plants grown so that it can benefit the local farmers. And these medicinal and herbal plants are now in great demand globally also. So this board will undertake about 800 hectares of area, which will form a corridor along both the sides of river Ganga for growing of herbal and medicinal plants.
हर्बल कल्टीवेशन की प्रमोशन के लिए लगभग 4,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान इस प्रोजेक्ट के माध्यम से किया जाएगा, और 10 लाख हेक्टेयर में इसकी खेती हो पाएगी, इसकी कल्टीवेशन होगी। 10 लाख हेक्टेयर लगभग 25 लाख एकड़ के बराबर है, और इससे 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की आय किसानों की होगी। और यही नहीं, जन औषधि का बहुत महत्व भी है, और कहीं ना कहीं मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स ने इस कोविड-19 के समय में भी दिखाया है कि कैसे हमारे ट्रेडिशनल ये मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स आज भी बहुत काम सबके आए हैं। तो इसमें और जितनी आगे बढ़ने का अवसर मिलेगा उसका लाभ होगा। रीजनल मंडीज भी इसके लिए उसका नेटवर्क तैयार किया जाएगा, और गंगा के किनारे भी ऐसे हज़ारों एकड़ में इसको प्लांटेशन की ड्राइव भी चलाई जाएगी।
I move to the 7th of the 8 items which I want to speak about today. This is a small matter, but of great eco significance. And it's going to help in agriculture in the future also. As it is in the Western world, we hear a lot of people speak how the disappearing population of the bee, the honey bee, has led to crops now suffering for want of pollination agents. So cross-pollination, through which happens through bees, don't happen that much like before. As a result, beekeeping is an initiative which is recognized globally. It is an amount, but it is not a very big amount when you're comparing several lakhs of crores, but it is an amount which is important that can be at a level of absorption capacity also. 500 crores for beekeeping initiatives, which will benefit 2 lakh beekeepers in the rural areas, and who can then produce ghee. Also, importantly, I'd like to draw your attention, in India today, wax for all purposes, edible, medicinal purposes, are being imported. Even that import of wax can be stopped. It may not be a big item like crude oil, but it is certainly important that the country will have to have its pollination agents, as much as give jobs for the rural women and beekeepers of both the genders, but also look at the way in which imports increase even due to wax. It's a small reference that I'm making, but it is an initiative which will have a ripple effect on the rural economy, and therefore government will implement a scheme for this, which will include marketing, which will include value addition, which will include post-harvest facilities for the beekeepers.
मधुमक्खी पालन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए की ये योजना लेकर आए हैं, और इसके माध्यम से 2 लाख से ज़्यादा मधुमक्खी पालकों को उनकी आय में वृद्धि होगी और उपभोक्ताओं को बेहतर शहद भी मिलेगा। और यही नहीं, इसके माध्यम से ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के लिए कृषि आधारित जो मधुमक्खी पालन, ये उनका आय का एक अतिरिक्त साधन भी होगा। जो हमारे किसान हैं उनके लिए भी एक अवसर है। लोकल से ग्लोबल, उस दिशा में भी इसका एक बहुत बड़ा कदम हो सकता है कि ना केवल लोकल मार्केट के लिए, इसको निर्यात के लिए भी एक बड़े अवसर के रूप में देखा जा सकता है।
I move over to the next, the last in this list of 8. From top to total is what I want to refer to. This also is an existing scheme which gets additional 500 crores. Many of the supply chains have been disrupted for the farmers, particularly during the lockdown. Operation Greens is a scheme which is running at the moment to take care of tomatoes, onions, and potatoes which are being cultivated, which come to feed the cities, and they've had very serious implication because they are perishable and they had to have distress sales. So farm level support needs to be given, otherwise such distress cannot be prevented. So the scheme features are such that they get 50% subsidy on transportation. They get also 50% subsidy for storage. This is a pilot which we extend for the next 6 months. It will be expanded and also be extended once the pilot phase is cleared. But this is something which has been given an accent now post the lockdown, because during the lockdown, vegetables were perishing, cities were wanting to have it, logistics affected, so there was a break in the value chain.
टॉप टू टोटल योजना में 500 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। ये पहले अगर देखा जाए तो टमाटो, ऑनियन और पोटैटोज़ के लिए दी जाती थी कि आपके लिए टमाटर, प्याज, आलू, इनके लिए प्रावधान था, लेकिन अब इसको बाकी सबके लिए भी संकट की घड़ी में, जब कोविड-19 के समय, इसको 6 महीने के लिए एक पायलट के रूप में देखा जाएगा और इसकी सफलता को देखकर इसको आगे और बढ़ाया जा सकता है। यही नहीं, इससे बल ये मिलेगा कि जो खाद्य पदार्थ नष्ट हो जाते थे, खरीदे नहीं जाते थे, या किसान को दबाव में आकर कम मूल्य पर बेचने पड़ते थे, तो उसकी कमाई भी उससे कम होती थी, और नुकसान भी होता था। अब इससे किसान को लाभ मिलेगा और ना केवल इसको टमाटर, प्याज और आलू तक सीमित रखा गया है, बाकियों को भी, इसको बाकी फल और सब्जियों को भी इसके अंतर्गत लाया गया है। इसमें 50% सब्सिडी जो है वो माल भाड़े पर यानी कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पर दी जाएगी और 50% सब्सिडी जो है वो स्टोरेज, अगर भंडारण करना होगा तो उसके लिए, इंक्लूडिंग कोल्ड स्टोरेज, यानी कि कोल्ड स्टोरेज में भी रखना होगा तो उसके लिए भी 50% सब्सिडी इसमें दी जाएगी ताकि वो अच्छे दाम पर समय आने पर बेच सके।
I move over to speaking about the governance and administrative reform related matters now. There are 3 of them, and I go to the first one, which relates to Essential Commodities Act. The Essential Commodities Act is an act which exists from 1955. This is an act which is very important, especially when it was promulgated during those days where food shortages were common. Indian farmers were trying to produce but not adequately because of the agricultural impetus which was needed, was just then beginning to be given. But however, when in 1955 it was passed and subsequently also, we had lived in days of shortages. Now what is happening is farmers are producing, there's abundance of crop. This abundance of crop sometimes also leads to issues because they would want to export. We don't permit them to export because we want to be sure that India prices don't go up. And because of a flip-flops, sometimes farmers don't get the benefit, some other times the consumers suffer. So this Essential Commodities Act requires an amendment. And that amendment will largely be towards making sure that cereals, edible oils, oilseeds, pulses, onions and potatoes will be completely deregulated. And therefore, unless there's an extraordinary situation, there will not be a requirement to invoke this Essential Commodities Act. Stock limits to be imposed will be imposed only under exceptional circumstances such as national calamities or famine, or if there's a huge surge in prices. Otherwise, there is no need for invoking it. So to that extent, limited to that extent, we would like to amend the Essential Commodities Act. No such stock limit shall apply for processors, because today value addition happens at the doorstep of the food processors. Suppose he's kept stocks, and if the Essential Commodities Act comes into force, even his premises are raided and a whole lot of explanation is asked for. Even for food processing industry, it becomes a problem. So no stock limit shall apply to processors or value chain participants, or subject to the installed capacity. If they keep a certain quantity, that should be all right. Beyond the capacity is a different issue. So any exporter also will be given that facility so that export demand is not affected. Farmers' prices can be not affected due to uncertainty created by this. So there will be an amendment to the Essential Commodities Act. The first of the 3 reforms.
कृषि क्षेत्र में प्रतिस्पर्धा बढ़ाने के लिए और निवेश बढ़ाने के लिए, ताकि किसान को और ज़्यादा दाम अच्छे मिल सकें, इसके लिए उस कानून में बदलाव लाया जा रहा है जो 1955 से है। इसेंशियल कमोडिटीज़ एक्ट आवश्यक वस्तुओं के लिए जो बनाया गया था, कहने के लिए इसमें बदलाव होगा, लेकिन जैसे एमएसएमई की परिभाषा में बदलाव करके एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव उस क्षेत्र में आया है, उसी तरह से इस बदलाव से किसानों की आय में बढ़ोतरी की बहुत सारी संभावनाएं बढ़ जाती हैं, जो कहीं ना कहीं उसको कम दाम पर बेचने के लिए एक तरह से रुकना पड़ता था, कई और इसके नुकसान भी होते थे। अब उसके लिए भी इसमें अवसर निकल कर आएंगे, जिससे आपके तिलहन की बात हो, दलहन की बात हो, प्याज हो, आलू हो, ऐसे या सीरियल्स की बात हम की जाए, इन सब में इनको अवनियमित किया जाएगा, डीरेगुलेट किया जाएगा, जिससे कि किसानों को लाभ मिल सके। और अगर 100% वृद्धि खुदरा दाम में होती है जो हॉर्टिकल्चर के प्रोड्यूस हैं, या 50% की वृद्धि होती है, जो जो गैर नाशवान पदार्थ हैं, नॉन पेरिशेबल हैं, तो उस समय में कदम उठाए जा सकते हैं। ऐसे एक्सेप्शनल सर्कमस्टांसेस होते हैं तो उस समय में, और जो लोग फूड प्रोसेसिंग में हैं उनके लिए ऐसी कोई स्टॉक लिमिट ना हो जिससे कि उनके कामकाज में भी कोई प्रभाव ना पड़े और वैल्यू चेन में भी कोई उसका नुकसान ना हो, और निर्यात करने वालों को भी कहीं पर दिक्कत ना आए।
We move to the second.
लेकिन राष्ट्रीय आपदा और सूखा ऐसी कोई परिस्थितियां आती हैं तो उस समय में सरकार समय समय पर कदम उठा सकती है।
Sorry. I move to the next, the second of the three reforms. This is related to farmers and farmers getting adequate choice to sell their produce at an attractive price. We shall bring a central law so that farmers will be able to have the choice to sell his produce at an attractive price. He has no barriers in interstate trade. So the interstate trade at the moment is restricted. It should be barrier-free. We also want to make sure there is a framework for him to have his produce e-traded. He should be able to engage in e-trading of his produce. So a certain amount, at the moment you know that he sells his produce only to licensees, holders of license, and this restriction has been one of the reasons why he is not able to find a fair price. Whilst I'll just give you one comparison. No other producer of any other produce in the manufacturing sector, for instance, is compelled to have to sell to only a certain set of licensees. Why should only farmers be restricted in selling his produce to only some licensees and not be open to sell it to whoever he wants to sell? So we want to give farmers the choice so that he'll be able to sell his products at an attractive price, have no barriers in interstate movement, and make sure that he is able to e-trade. So a central law is being proposed.
जहां किसानों की आय दुगना करने के लिए मोदी जी की सरकार ने संकल्प लिया है, वहीं पर ये कदम उस दिशा में उठाए भी जा रहे हैं ताकि किसान या कृषि क्षेत्र एक अकेला ऐसा देखा जाता है जहां पर लाइसेंसी जो है उन्हीं को उनको सामान बेचना है, एपीएमसी के माध्यम से बेचना है, जिनके पास बाकी लाइसेंस है वहां तक सीमित रहना है, जबकि बाकी क्षेत्रों में ऐसा होता नहीं है। किसान को भी बेहतर दाम मिल पाए और अंतर्राज्यीय व्यापार भी इससे उनका हो आने वाले समय में, उसमें भी कोई दिक्कत ना आए। इसके लिए जो कानूनी व्यवस्था करनी पड़ेगी वो भी करेंगे और उसके उत्पादन के लिए, उसकी फसल के लिए उसको उचित मूल्य मिले, उस दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम ये उठाया गया है। और मुझे लगता है कि जो पिछला हमने एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज़ एक्ट की बात कही और अभी इस कदम की बात कर रहे हैं, जो एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग रिफॉर्म्स की बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें बदलाव लाने की बात कर रहे हैं, इनसे बहुत बड़ा बल किसानों को मिलने वाला है। इस देश के करोड़ों किसान जिनको बेहतर आमदन हो सकती है इन बदलाव के कारण।
The last of governance and administrative related reforms today. Of the total 11 things that I said, 3 of them relate to reform related measures. The third is we find that farmers do not have a standard mechanism which can be enforced for him to get a predictable price, a predictable sale of his produce, even before he starts sowing. So at the time of sowing, he goes in with uncertainties. He sows. If he is lucky and no monsoon or no other disaster reaches him, he is able to produce his produce, but doesn't get the right price, but doesn't know how much of it can be sold. So in order to bring in a certain certainty, which is obtainable prior to his sowing, well before every season. If he can be given a certain kind of a assured price, return, quantity, it will lead to a lot of fairness for the farmer. So we want to bring in a facilitative legal framework. Government of India will move in that direction to enable farmers for engaging with processors, food processors for instance, aggregators, large retailers and exporters, so that they will be able to fix their own fair price, be sure that he can certainly export, and also in the process benefit from better technology, better seeds, better assistance from the person who's going to buy it from him. So we would want to have an assurance in produce, in price, and in quantity given to a farmer each time before he goes to sow his seeds. Rabi or Kharif, he should have well in advance an assurance of how much he would get for his crop, what is going to get sold, and what standard is he expected to produce. A legal framework is what we'll work at.
किसानों के लिए सुविधाजनक एक ऐसा कानूनी ढांचा बनाने के लिए कि जिसमें जब वो बुआई करने जाता है तब उसको पता नहीं कि फसल के समय उसको क्या दाम मिलने वाला है, तो निश्चित आय उसकी हो, एश्योर्ड रिटर्न्स हो, इसके लिए क्या किया जाए, जोखिम रहित खेती कैसे हो या उसकी आय कैसे बेहतर हो सके, और गुणवत्ता के मानकीकरण जो हैं उनको बनाने की बात यहाँ पर कही गई है इस टोटल फ्रेमवर्क में, जिससे कुल मिलाकर किसान के जीवन में सुधार भी आएगा, आय को भी बल मिलेंगे, और कहीं ना कहीं वो प्रोसेसर से, एग्रीगेटर से, बड़े खुर्दा व्यापारियों के साथ, निर्यातकों के साथ एक निष्पक्ष भाव के साथ, पारदर्शिता के साथ काम कर सकता है, ताकि किसान का उत्पीड़न ना हो। इस दिशा में कदम उठाया गया कि उसको एक ऐसा फ्रेमवर्क बनाकर दिया जाए कि कोई भोले भाले किसान का उत्पीड़न ना करे, भोले भाले मेहनती किसान का उत्पीड़न ना हो। उस दिशा में ये जोखिम रहित ऐसा कानून बनाकर दिया जाएगा ताकि उसको आय के साधन भी मिले, निश्चित आय भी मिले, और उसका उत्पीड़न भी ना हो। उस दिशा में कदम उठाए जाएंगे, रिफॉर्म्स उस दिशा में ये कदम है।
Thank you. I've completed my today's.
Friends, we can take some questions. लेकिन अपने क्वेश्चन जो हैं वो 3 दिन की जो ब्रीफिंग हुई वहाँ तक लिमिटेड रखी है, क्योंकि किसी को मालूम नहीं है अभी मैडम अगले 2 दिन में क्या कवर करेंगे. सो प्लीज़ लिमिट योर क्वेश्चंस फॉर 3 days ब्रीफिंग ओनली. ओके, नंबर 15.
नमस्कार, मैं जितेंद्र तिवारी, हिंदुस्तान समाचार से. ये समर्थ भारत, या जिसको हम कहेंगे कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो योजना बनाई और जितनी भी घोषणाएं हुई हैं वो बहुत अच्छी हैं, और अमेरिका से लेकर हम लगभग चौथी ऐसे देश हैं कि जिसने जीडीपी का 10% दिया है. लेकिन समस्या यहाँ ये आती है कि भारत में जिस तरह की व्यवस्थाएं, जो आपकी योजनाएं हैं, घोषणाएं हैं, वो नीचे तक पहुँचने में बहुत समय लगाती हैं, और जो अफसरशाही और भ्रष्टाचार है वो उसको वहाँ तक इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं होने दे पाता है. लोगों तक उस जो तबका है उसको इन योजनाओं का लाभ मिले, उसके लिए क्या एक मैकेनिज्म है. दूसरा कि पूरा इस समय हम देखते हैं कि ग्लोबल में एक प्रो चाइना, एक एंटी चाइना है, तो हम जिस तैयारी में लगे हैं उसके लिए जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए इस देश को, और जिस तरह की इस सब सिचुएशन है, तो उसके लिए भारत सरकार ने क्या कोई रणनीति, कोई योजना बनाई है?
आप सही प्रश्न पूछे, और मैं सिर्फ इस स्टेज में यही बोल सकती हूँ अश्योरेंस के नाते कि उज्ज्वला स्कीम, घर घर बिजली और ऐसे कार्यक्रम जनता तक पहुंचने के लिए पिछले 4 साल में आपने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देखा कि कैसे जो बोला गया है वो लास्ट तक, किसान हो, गरीब हो, जनधन योजना के द्वारा जो पैसा मिलना है ये सब भी घर घर तक पहुंच गए. आप लोग भी मीडिया से भी इसका आप ही जाकर के ग्राउंड लेवल में टेस्ट भी किए, वो सही भी है, टेस्ट करिए। पहुंचाना, इसमें आप मोदी जी के सरकार के अचीवमेंट्स आपको मालूम है।
All right, that was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. This was her third set of announcements after giving the much needed relief and a lifeline for MSMEs and BFCs. Yesterday's announcements coming in for the migrant class, but today's announcements were to empower the farmers for pushing the agrarian economy. In fact, the finance minister has announced a 1 lakh crore rupee financing facility for food infrastructure, a fund of 10,000 crore rupees for micro food enterprises as well. She said that the operation Green Revolution will now be extended to all vegetables, and most importantly, 3 important agriculture related reforms. The Essential Commodity Act will be amended. There will be agriculture marketing related reforms as well, which will be aimed at empowering farmers, making better use of technology and remuneration available as well, and is looking to change the face of Indian agriculture. Let me take it across to our consulting editor Maithili Bhusnurmath, also joining in on this leg of the broadcast. Hi Maithili, good afternoon. What do you make of the announcements that were made by the finance minister today?
Well, a lot of statements of very good intent, but as always in our country, I think implementation is always the crux of the issue, and we'll have to see how it gets implemented. But amongst the announcements, for whatever they're worth, I think it is a 1 lakh crore announcement about creating a farm gate infrastructure. That will be very key as far as the 8 measures that she spoke about today are concerned. Of the others, I think 2 of the governance and administrative reforms she spoke about, I think if you were to amend the Essential Commodities Act, really, that would be a significant difference to farmers, because you're going to leave out substantial amount of the agricultural produce, cereals, oil seeds, onions, potatoes, pulses, edible oils. Now, these are all commodities on which every time the farmer has been suffering, because when international prices go up and domestic prices go up, immediately we put a ban on the export of these items. So I think if we were to amend the Essential Commodities Act, which really is no need for it anymore, given the fact that when the act was passed in 1955, we were scarce in all these commodities, and today we are moved from scarcity to plentiful supply. So it's only fair that the farmer should get the benefit of it. We don't have a similar act in any other commodity, whether it's manufactured. So I think this would be a very key amendment if the government were to carry it out. This could be done through an ordinance, because this is not a government that has hesitated to pass ordinances on other matters, perhaps even some trivial matters. So this, I think, could be done speedily. So here implementation should not be a problem. Similarly, the central law to allow farmers to sell at the most attractive price and not be confined to selling to the APMC, that again would be a very good measure. But remember, agriculture is a state subject. Also, the APMCs there's a whole lot of vested interest at every state level that is linked to the APMC mechanism. So I'm not sure how easy this will be for the government to push through, but it is definitely a good intent. The last governance reform which she spoke about assuring farmers of a definite, reasonable certainty of their income, that I think is more wishful thinking at the moment. So today I would think, kudos for the administrative and reform governance reforms. The Essential Commodities Act should be much easier to do, so that is doable. The 1 lakh crore fund for Farmgate, again necessary, but may not be so easy to do. And the other measures in terms of for fishermen, for beekeepers, herbal cultivators of herbal plants, these are all relatively smaller measures. But I think what is missing most of all is that any hike in the PM Kisan Yojana, because remember 6,000 rupees a year was all that the government had announced earlier, and 2,000 rupees of this was given upfront. It would have been good once again if the government had handed out some actual cash. But for some reason, which for still really don't have any answers, the government is fighting shy of actually parting with money. So most of the measures are in terms of laws, in terms of guarantees, in terms of mechanisms. And I think what the country really needs at the moment is more cash in the hands of those who are truly suffering. This would also increase the demand and hence do something to ease the pressures that we're seeing on the demand side, because there is virtually no demand. Demand has disappeared. So I wish the government would do more of that. But apart from that, as far as intent goes, certainly commendable.
All right, good on intent. That is the word coming in from Maithili. But Maithili, do stay on with us. Sachidanand Shukla, the Chief Economist at Mahindra & Mahindra, also joining us on this leg of the broadcast. Good evening, Mr. Shukla. Just wanted to get a sense from you. Maithili says that all these announcements are good on intent. Now the government will have to come through on a lot of these reforms that are being talked about. And the critical one, of course, will be the Essential Commodities Act. Having said that, what role do you think now the states can play, and how important will be, these kind of agriculture reforms in the long term to ensure that farmers' income actually double by the year 2022?
Thank you for having me. I think a couple of points that I want to make. It's very, very clear that the focus here has rather been on the longer term. It's not really the typical survival issues or some of the announcements that we've been seeing over the last, say, couple of days or couple of months in terms of the regulatory forbearances and some of these efforts. And I'm glad that the government is really forward-looking, especially in this sector. And we recognize that this sector has not been as hard hit on a relative basis as some of these others. So they've been able to shift their gaze to some forward-looking things. And I'm really glad that it is not really adopting the handout approach and really focusing on empowerment. Maithili's point, yes, I mean, these do not really entail a lot of expenditure, especially when it comes to this current announcement, or even yesterday's, where the approach seems to be, I mean, fiscal light kind of an approach, where either guarantees or credit, etc., is being provided. And that is why I think it is slightly moving away from the entitlement-based policies that we've seen over the previous decade and things like that. I'm really glad that they have addressed the Essential Commodities Act. I mean, although they've not really abolished it, but I think this was a time which is almost like the 91 moment to liberalize agriculture. Some of the things that they have done are long-standing demands. For example, focus on developing crop clusters, etc. This will actually harness the strengths of states and will get a better buy-in. So to the question that you asked on states, I mean, any major reform going forward will require a buy-in from states, whether be it agriculture or labor and things like that. So I think this cluster-based approach. Specific crops, specific states, branding and all that is going to be very, very helpful.
Right. Maithili, if you can just come in on that point, that yes, while a lot of these reforms will address some of the long pending issues, and the government is looking at addressing some of these challenges from a long-term perspective, but don't you think at this point of time, I mean, look at our farmers, they are really suffering at this point of time, and something should have been done, to ensure that survival would be easy for a lot of farmers?
Well, yes, which is what I said in terms of, a cash handout, something, so additional amount paid into the Jan Dhan accounts. You hike the PM Kisan Yojana, which was, as I said, 6,000 crores was what was announced. That could have been hiked because that was the time the decision was taken pre-COVID. Now, subsequent to the COVID incidents, the pandemic, and you've seen a huge influx of migrants into the rural areas. Now, every farm will have to support so many more of these migrants who earlier were in the urban areas earning a livelihood, and now they have no livelihood. So I think a hike in the PM Kisan Yojana would have been a very good thing. Instead of 6,000, it could easily have been made 10,000, but as for some reason the government seems very fixated about not reaching its fiscal deficit target too much, so seems to be shy of that. So that is something I think they could have done. And I think the previous speaker spoke about this like being a 1991 moment for agriculture. I'm afraid it's certainly not that at all, because what we really need to do in agriculture to make it comparable to the 1991 reforms in industry would be having to do away completely with MSP, the kind of subsidies that we have in agriculture. But I guess this is not the moment, because if you were to do away with MSP, that would introduce an additional level of uncertainty at this moment. So the government should keep this in mind, that if we really want to do a big bang reform in agriculture, you really really need to free up the prices both on the input side as well as on the output side. But for the moment, I think what was most critical would have been a hike in the PM Kisan Yojana. That I think would have been something that is truly that is warranted given the kind of uncertainty. But remember, Ruchi, at the end of all this, it is agriculture which is going to come to the support of the GDP growth this year. Whatever GDP growth we have, even if it's a contraction, the contraction will be less to the extent that agriculture is not going to be as badly hit as either services or manufacturing. We've already seen, we have a portent of what's going to, we're going to see for services as well as manufacturing. We've seen the PMI numbers, we've seen the IIP numbers. So agriculture by and large will still give you a positive growth. And that, I think, at least in recognition of the service that the agriculture sector is giving, the support that they are giving to GDP in the country as a whole, I think at the very least we could have increased the PM Kisan Yojana amount from 6,000 to 10,000 per farmer.
All right, Maithili, do stay on with us. Joining us now on this leg of the broadcast is Dr. Ramesh Chand as well of Niti Aayog. Hi, sir. Good afternoon. This is Ruchi Bhatia from ET Now. You know, the kind of announcements that have been made today will be an important step towards breaking, you know, the farmers from the shackles of outdated regulations as well. But our fellow panelists here on ET Now believe that a lot more could have been done, especially on PM Kisan, as well as giving more, you know, putting more crops under the ambit of minimum support prices as well. Why did the government stop short of that?
No, you see, government did not stop short of that. Many of those things will be indirectly achieved through these reforms. Like Maithili was talking about MSP. Why farmers are insisting more and more on MSP? Because they are not able to get competitive price in the market. So once we have this restriction of APMC Act are gone, there is a competitive environment in markets. So you will just find that the price realization by farmer will increase and the pressure to have MSP will go down. So we should realize what are the implications of these reforms. To my mind, they are far, far reaching implications. And I will even go to say that this is the day for which Indian agriculture has been waiting for decades. Since 1991, we have been saying that agriculture is left out of reform. So now government has come out with 3 basic reform in agriculture, and we should not say that this is left, that is left. Yes, there are many things which need to be done in agriculture, but there are some basic issues in agriculture. There are some structural problem in agriculture which should be addressed, and you will just notice that this is the intention behind these reforms. And government has not stopped at reforms. You look at the investment portfolio, how much investment. India is not able to export its milk and milk product to many countries because there is FMD in our cattle. So FMD program is there. There are now program for other allied activities to supplement income of the farmers. So you look at all these announcements which have been made today, I find it gives you a comprehensive treatment of agriculture. And another thing I would like to add is that today biggest problem of Indian economy, to my mind, I feel this as an economist, not as a member of Niti Aayog, is employment. And we know what are the constraints of non-agriculture to give employment to our rising workforce and also existing unemployment. Unless we create these opportunities in post-harvest agriculture, unless we made agriculture more attractive, not only to manual labor, even to skilled, semi-skilled, educated people, we cannot create required employment in this country. So you just find that if there is a 1 crore infrastructure at farm gate, infrastructure for cold storage, infrastructure for value chain, incentives for promoting exports, this will create a lot of jobs. And today, job is the biggest problem of present day India.
Right. So allow me to come in on that. While the 3 new agriculture reforms will go a long way in empowering farmers as well, what will be the role that now states are going to play so that some of these reforms are implemented?
No, you see, states were persuaded for nearly 20 years to implement Model APMC Act, first of 2002 and then 2017. But we know what is the status of APMC Act. They have been adopted by state very, very partially in a just diluted manner. So you don't see the actual results. So I would say that as far as these reforms are concerned, Essential Commodity Act and Central Law on Agriculture Trade, and the third measure, which is to facilitate arrangement for forging partnership between farmer and agribusiness players, which bill I think address different limitation of contract farming, because of which our farmers were reluctant to go for contract farming. So these 3 acts, so you will just find that when these changes are, the rules and regulations are formulated, states will be involved. And it's not that states were not interested in these reforms. Recently, we had a committee of high-level committee of chief minister. I was its member secretary, and all the chief ministers who were member of that committee, 8 chief ministers, they were strongly in favor of these reforms. But if you have a reform which is pan-India, then you just find that its benefit and its application is much, much higher and much, much better if you have some reform of one kind in one state, another kind in another state, a third kind in third state. Then you just find that the full potential benefit of that reform is not realized. So though these 3 acts, to my mind, will be mainly the central act, but in their implementation, like if there is a private trade who is dealing with the farmer, directly buying produce from the farmer, if farmer has a grievance, what is the mechanism for addressing that? So it is the state government which will be, I think, responsible for addressing those kind of issues. Similarly, for promoting electronic market and like that, so you will just find that the way these new law will be created, there will be a complementarity between what is APMC Mandi and what is the arrangement outside APMC Mandi. You will see competition and you will also see complementarity.
Maithili, I just wanted a small clarification really, that I agree with you, the Essential Commodities Act, any kind of reform amendment is entirely possible because that's a central act. But when it comes to passing a central law as far as the, selling of agricultural produce is concerned, the fact is that we did have a model APMC Act. We did try the e-Mandi experiment. It was tried in Karnataka, but with some success. But the other states were not willing to join because the vested interest in the mandis was so high. Now, even if you have a central act, at a time when you already have frictions between the state governments and the central government about how to manage even the pandemic, will this be the right time to go in for something like this? And as you mentioned, ultimately the implementation will have to be done by the states. So is this something that the centre must tread very warily, or are you reasonably sure that this can be done and there will not be too many problems and too much friction between the union and the central state governments?
First of all, Maithili, because I have seen the detail of ECA Act and also the central, which we are framing, Central Act on Agriculture Trade, the third one, still we have to work more on this. The government intervention has been reduced to bare minimum, only in case of grievance redressal mechanisms. You see, the main problem of agriculture has been that we feel that unless we have a law, the farmer interest will not be taken care. I used to tell people here in my discussion that 14 crore milk producers are selling their milk without your regulation. They are selling their milk without any APMC Act. And today, situation of milk marketing is not worse than what is the situation of marketing of crops. So I think we should have more faith in competition. If we create real competition, it will address different ills of agriculture marketing. So you will just find that when these law will see light of the day, the involvement of government is bare minimum. Like in the central law in agriculture trade, I was just mentioning, the involvement of the state is that if there is a grievance with the farmers, we are proposing not to leave it through the civil court and standard CRPC kind of thing. Okay, creating a mechanism that for easy redressal, early redressal, farmer can approach block level authority, some SDM kind of things. It is only that much involvement of government in this. Otherwise, you will just find that the ecosystem will be created, freedom will be given to the farmer and trader to just transact their business according to their need and according to the benefit to them. The intervention will come only and only if the system does not work smoothly. So it will be watched that if system is working smoothly, you will just see there will be hardly any intervention by the government.
All right, on that note, Mr. Chand, Maithili Busnirmat, as well as Dr. Shukla, many thanks for taking your time out and joining us on this leg of the broadcast. With that, we take a short break on this leg of the show. Do stay tuned to ET Now for more news and updates.
So in that that look at any asset class, Even the most benign asset class that you could think of is government bond. How can there become a risk in government bond? But you, as a distributor and advisor, know this. Then in last 15 years, there've been 5 years that government bonds actually give you negative returns. In 2010 beginning, had you invested in a government bond, you would have earned about 13% negative return and concluded that what the hell is this? How could I earn such little return from a government bond? How could risk materialize in a government bond? But again, that's a part of cycle. Concluding not investing in government bond then and investing in fixed deposit, and I know, would have been a wrong call. Because government bond fund over next 10 years after December 2010, they were close to 9.5% versus fixed deposit would have earned you less than 7%. Okay, so that's another context of looking at market risk, that even a government bond, when it gets into a bad cycle, delivers a very bad return.
Right.
That's not a mistake of that asset. It's just that some of the risk materializes.
Yeah, but that is mark to market. You're talking about a mark to market loss, which if I stay invested, then I can recoup that, right? In a gilt fund kind of a thing. If I stay invested till maturity, then it's no longer a risk. Whereas here we've seen write-offs. And your point, Manish, is well taken about the context, which is the 1% NPA for the industry, which is something that we ought to take cognizance of. If I can play devil's advocate on that, of course, there is, a banking sector NPA is also inflated because we know there's a hell of a lot of social pressure, and there is, all kinds of other priority sector lending. There's that you are under no such compulsions to, lend where certain babus tell you to lend or any of that. I mean, you're professionals and so on and so forth. So to that extent that, no, but if you were to really put hand on heart, I'm sure there must be some mistakes that we have made. Nobody is perfect. We all have, our share of learnings from whatever has happened in the last 18 months. So if we set aside the argument on market risk, which is well understood and well contextualized, what are some of the things that in hindsight we ought not to have done in the last 18 months?
No, there are many learnings, and I promised that I'm going to write a book on it. Okay, so
Oh wow, okay.
So many learnings, and I hope I'm not fired for that. But nonetheless, you
can always write after you're fired. It'll be an even bigger bestseller.
Look, there are many learnings. Okay, I have to admit, there are good learnings and there are bad learnings. So let me state the good learnings.
Okay.
One is as an asset manager, now we know in hindsight that the fixed income AUM can dwindle, and the investor is prone to groupthink. Okay. Frankly, I've been an absolute admirer of Franklin's liability franchise, but there is a bit of a shock in the manner that there is a run which sort of played out, even on a franchise which actually had a reasonable liability franchise, So knowing this very well, I have to admit that, our view that, we could take 3-4% in a group or a company was the wrong call. We thought 3 or 4% is fine. But that 3-4% actually, when risk materializes, in the run up to that point, it becomes 10% because people run. So I think that's a big learning, which is a very simple one that, cannot run more than 1 to 2% in anything which could potentially be risky in any part of the cycle. If you're a metal company or if you're a lower rated microfinance company, you can't have more than 1% exposure. Okay, that's a big picture understanding on the asset side. The second we realized, of course, is that, in India, for whatever reasons, I think our law is relatively weak. The contracts are not yet executed well. We realized that the group's influence on a good company of a group, could be very high. You look at our case, okay, classic case of, IL&FS. I didn't lend to IL&FS Big Co, okay? So we thought that it was weak. We lent to a good company of IL&FS called Jharkhand Road Projects. It was an NOE. But to our surprise and shock, even that went down and it didn't pay us for a couple of months. We fought with them and then we started to get our money back. Nonetheless, the learning is that the infiltration of a group is very high, even in a good company. So the weak company, good group combination perhaps does not work. So that's an asset level. But then there are many learnings for a business and liability level also. However diversified that your liability is, as I said, the group thing dominates. The run will happen every 10th year, irrespective of however diversified that franchise is. And therefore, I think the conclusion for us is that though the big wall for an investor is only tax shield, that, he will like to finish his 3 year. And therefore, I think, we
It gives me great pleasure now to welcome the Chief Economic Advisor of Government of India, Mr. K.V. Subramaniam. Mr. Subramaniam, fantastic to connect with you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for joining us for the Birla Voyage 2020. I've been told this is the biggest financial voyage, so we are quite excited to have you on the show. Now, the Prime Minister has already announced the big package, but in last 2 days, what we've heard from the Finance Minister is the blueprint and the fine parts are not really focused around direct spending. Do you think there is yet more to come, or this package in a sense has been designed considering the fiscal constraints?
Good afternoon, Nikunj, and good afternoon to all the participants. I'm glad to be here sharing my thoughts with all of you. I think firstly, when we understand the package that has been announced, the package needs to be seen in the light of a new vision that has been articulated by the Honorable Prime Minister. And in some sense, there is an attempt to try and construct, something equivalent of a New Deal that President Roosevelt came up with after during the Great Depression. And not only were there measures in terms of monetary, fiscal, and liquidity, etc. then, but more importantly, there were a bunch of reforms as well, and reforms with the vision of a self-reliant India, or Atmanirbhar Bharat. Maybe later I can give some color, in terms of, as an economist, how I think about self-reliant India, because oftentimes people can always, mistake it to be equivalent to be something from the past, which is not what it is intended to be. Given that vision, and given the pandemic, there is basically value to the package, and the package is it's constructed based on the following principle. If we think about from first principles, if we think about the effect of the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, it is a war-like situation, but it is different from a war, because in a war, what happens is demand suffers because of uncertainty. For instance, when a war is going on, people will not travel that much. Tourism, for instance, takes a beating. A lot of discretionary or non-essential items, those basically do not get consumed as much. There is a demand side impact. But in a war, what also happens is there are huge supply side disruptions because factories get bombed, factories basically just get converted into rubble, and that creates permanent disruptions on the supply side. In contrast, in the case of the COVID, there are supply side disruptions, but these are not permanent because no factory is basically getting sort of just getting reduced to a rubble. What you have is a situation where the hands are not there on the machines yet, and there is basically that temporary impact on the supply side. Therefore, if you think about it, compared to a situation like a war, what needs to happen is a lot more focus needs to be on temporary liquidity, so that firms can tide over their difficulties, so that temporary inconveniences and temporary distress that firms are facing does not create permanent damage. That is one very, very important aspect on the supply side intervention. On the demand side as well, especially those where there are essential items, those have been worked on. More importantly, the demand side impact also can manifest if you have people losing their jobs in significant numbers. Then obviously they will not have the disposable income to spend, and in which case then you will have the significant demand side impact. So if you think about the demand side measures itself, it is in one way, one is basically trying to reduce the impact on any detrimental impact on unemployment, and here it is important to remember not only India but globally. For instance, if you take the United States, the number of people filing for unemployment insurance in the United States is now at a historical high, even greater than that during the Great Depression. And so this is something that is a first order issue that every country has to grapple with by ensuring that supply side concerns and liquidity concerns of firms do not lead to retrenchment of people. You are thereby also having a demand side impact by basically retaining demand in some sense by retaining the disposable income. Second, also those people who are less likely to be affected, to basically become unemployed, their disposable income has been increased through not only the automatic stabilizers, what we economists call, as automatic stabilizers because of the tax part, but there's also been, the reduction in the PPF rates, the reduction in basically some of the holidays that have been given. All these also then end up putting disposable income in the hands of consumers. So that's how the measures have been basically thought about. Now the reason, and I think at this point it is also good for me to compare with other countries. We've been, for instance, ever since March itself, we've been studying each country's package threadbare. One of the big takeaways for us has been that countries have employed different portfolio of fiscal, monetary, and liquidity measures depending on where they had greater space. India has done the same as well. If you take between the fiscal and the monetary side, and on the liquidity as well, we clearly had more space on the monetary side. And given that we have a lot of state-owned institutions as well, by giving them some capital or through a guarantee, etc., we can leverage and have far significant impact without necessarily constraining our fiscal side too much, because there's also the concern of possible impact on the ratings, etc., which is why I had actually also mentioned in one of my comments that there is no free lunch. It is important to keep in mind. So I think eventually, if you look at the policy package that has been brought in, it's a smart combination of the fiscal, liquidity and monetary, by keeping in mind where we have greater space. And that's what the other important part also is, there is, if you look at, from a macroeconomic point of view, when you give freebies versus when you basically give people, sort of retain their ability to contribute, right? The latter is always a better idea. For instance, and this is research in macroeconomics shows that when you give freebies, that can make people lazy and thereby, in the long run, medium to long run, shrink the supply side, because people may not produce enough. So, but when you give freebies does enhance demand. So if you have a situation of increasing demand but supply shrinking, that can have inflationary impact. But if you actually don't give freebies and instead enhance productive capacity or retain productive capacity, I think at this point in time, given the COVID episode, it's far more important to retain productive capacity as much as possible by alleviating some of the temporary troubles that I spoke about. So which can thereby ensure that there aren't as many supply side disruptions, so that inflationary pressures don't build up. So this is sort of in some sense, some of the core principles that have guided the stimulus package.
Economists and financial commentators, we love to analyze every line, what the CA has to say and what the finance minister has to say. I'm going to keep that analysis aside, but talk about big picture, a question which you've not been asked before. I'm sure because of this crisis, the shape of the economy will change, and it is bound to change. Whenever things will normalize, how do you think the shape of the economy, at least in India, will change?
So, Nikunj, I have, even in normal times, I've always been careful about, giving a prognosis on the future. And especially during times like this, everybody has to be extremely careful, because we are dealing with a situation of unknown unknowns. And so anybody's assessment, including mine or, someone else, it's important to keep in mind that there is going to be uncertainty. It's as if, even a Wasim Akram, if he's bowling on a bad pitch, the ball how will it behave? Actually, even Wasim Akram cannot necessarily predict. Some balls may just basically shoot through, and not rise at all. And some balls may really, sort of rise to, let's say, to the, bounce a lot. So that's the kind of situation we are in. And that's why I want to sort of mention that caveat. With that caveat in mind, and I think whenever, participants, take into account what I'm talking, they should not just focus on what I'm saying as my prediction, but keep in mind the uncertainty that I've actually talked about. That nuance is very important. With that preamble, now let me say what are, I think, the important changes that will happen in the economy. I think for one, the sectoral, allocation between services, manufacturing, agriculture, that may actually also have an impact. And I think from India's perspective, this possibly is a good opportunity to do a reset and enhance the scope of manufacturing in the economy, because unlike services where the social distancing sort of puts some question marks on some very key service sectors, because compared to manufacturing, services is a sector which relies a lot more interpersonal interactions. Therefore, this COVID episode, for the time that it lasts, it's likely to have a greater impact on service sector than on manufacturing. And because we are a population that has a large number of youth who need jobs, manufacturing is that outlet that can generate jobs. Together with companies that are actually in China, many of whom who want to relocate. So this, these are some of the sort of favorable conditions that are coming together for India to reset and actually increase its its presence in manufacturing in terms of globally, but also within the country itself to have far more manufacturing presence and thereby create jobs. So that's, I think, number one key change that I foresee. Second, as you would have seen, today you must have read about the Department of Personnel in the government, thinking about 15 days of work from home, for government employees. Now, this is having now been in government for almost 1.5 years. I think it's a very big mindset change. Oftentimes status quo is one thing that tends to be, a lot more likely to be perpetuated in any government, be it in India or anywhere else, actually. And so this is an important change, and it signals the fact that the way we work is also quite likely to change, not only within the government, but also in the private sector as well. For instance, in my own team, I have always maintained that as long as you produce the output, I don't care, if you're someone who's actually really smart, you work for 6 hours and you actually produce very high quality output, good for you. I don't care about, quote unquote, impression management, that you keep showing me that you're basically, inefficient. So, that you basically put in a lot of hours and don't necessarily, let's say, produce enough output. So I can actually foresee now that, many more people will think along the same lines, that, I don't care whether you're actually working from home or you're working from office, as long as you're able to actually produce the deliverables that are required, that are expected, I am fine with you. So I think this thinking is likely to increase more and thereby generate a greater push for work from home. That's a second. A third key thing I think is if you look at and of course if this what I'm going to speak about has come with its costs, but the pandemic and thereby the lockdown is by far the best natural experiment on how too much economic activity can basically have a detrimental effect on the climate, for instance. I think, and if you think about the Ganges, for instance, I've seen pictures of Ganges in Varanasi being so clean, almost water has become potable, right? And that has happened because industrial effluents that used to go into the into the Ganges are not happening, and therefore despite all the effort that actually various governments have put in over decades, which couldn't achieve this outcome, just the fact that we basically industrial effluents were not poured into the Ganges has made that very clean. So and similarly, people in the plains, for instance, in Jalandhar, have been able to see the Himalayas, for instance. So this is a third aspect, which is, I think left to ourselves, humanity would not have had the courage to be able to, do this natural experiment. but because it was forced on us, and thereby we've been able to see the benefits that has come. Now, I actually am very much empathetic to the economic costs that it imposes, which I'm, and we need to do much about it. But I would also say that I think there can't be a better way, as they say, the proof of the pudding lies in the eating. And this particular, natural episode has provided that proof of the pudding, and thereby made the case that maybe some scaling down of economic activity, not necessarily across the board, but those that actually, affect our climate, very, very detrimentally, may be something that we can, think about. I think broadly, these are three key. From an Indian perspective, I would also say, this is a matter of point of view. I actually there are people who look at every crisis as an opportunity, and there are people who basically look at a crisis as only a crisis. And I can confidently say that the Honorable Prime Minister, looks at a crisis as an opportunity. To see someone who's looking for solutions to problems, and this is in some sense, in 1991, the then Prime Minister, Narasimha Rao, utilized that crisis to actually be able to push through reforms which would have not happened in normal times. And similarly, now I think we are, and people have read about it, about the labor reforms, about the land reforms. Karnataka, for instance, APMC, which is a important product market reform that we basically that several states are embarking on, which may not have happened in normal times. And this is the other thing that actually I would mention is that it's possible we can recalibrate a little bit here and there, but the crisis provides an opportunity, because especially when I talk about from the Indian labor's perspective, right? Now, Indian labor is not just the 11% that works in the formal sector. Indian labor also includes the 89% that works in the informal sector. And here I actually will use a parallel. I have, I would say now looking back, had the privilege of traveling in a third-class compartment in a railway train. And one of the things that stands out is, whoever gets into that third-class compartment at the origin station, they are the only ones that get the space. And these squatters have all rights. So nobody else in any other station can get into the third-class compartment, because those who are inside end up preventing anybody else coming in. The situation with our labor force is also very similar. The 11% are those that are basically inside that compartment and are managing to reach their destination. They have the privilege. But there's an 89% that also wants inclusion, economic and social inclusion, by having a formal sector job. And the squatters basically in some sense are not providing them that opportunity. So this is a very important aspect, and when you look at it from the perspective of migrant labor as well, migrant labor is, after all, a very important part of the informal sector labor. And on the one hand, we cannot be shedding tears for migrant labor, and on the other hand, not doing enough in removing the obstacles that basically, that we've had for 7 decades now, in generating enough employment. So I think from India's perspective, while there will be short-term troubles, and the government is trying its very best to alleviate these troubles, I also look at this as an opportunity, and hopefully we will basically go and we'll be seizing.
The challenge for the economy right now is confidence of a crisis in terms of lending. RBI has done a fantastic job of bringing liquidity back. Banks have surplus liquidity. Banks are saying we want to lend, but we have to be cognizant of risk and NPAs. Now, government cannot force banks to lend. That's not the right thing. Government is doing the bit by letting MSCs borrow. But is that enough? Because when I speak to bankers, they are not scared, but they are worried. When I speak to RBI, RBI is astonished that why banks are not lending. The system has got jammed. It's fear or something else, I don't know. So what can be done?
No, in fact, actually, see, Nikunj, this was one of the key things that we incorporated into the design of the package. If you pay, careful attention to the, to the 20% extended, extension of working capital and term loans, 3 lakh crores of it through the MSMEs. What we did is we basically have given 100% guarantee on it, which means basically the bank does not face any risk at all. The bank is, effectively the bank can price it like a risk-free loan because the entire loss on it is borne by the guaranteeing corporation, which itself has been provided, the capital by the government. So in this case, the risk aversion, which is what is holding bankers back, which is why they're sitting on 8.5 lakh crores of, of basically reverse repo money with the RBI. Now, 3 lakh crores of that can actually be put into the MSMEs, and 3 lakh out of 8.5 lakh crores is almost like 45%. So, and by making it completely, risk-free, and this is something I can actually share with you. We had, deliberations on it initially saying, what if we basically have, let's say, first loss guarantee for 25%, 30%, etc. And when we were thinking about this, and then we felt that, if we don't give 100% guarantee, then even with a small residual risk, it's possible that banks basically may feel skittish in lending. And so it is really critical for us to actually, have that 100% guarantee. And so this particular fear, we've taken it on, front on in designing it. So, and this is for every SME, MSME that has borrowed from a bank. And by the way, I was looking at some tax return data to look at how many, what percentage of MSMEs are covered in this, under the new definition. So if you look at the tax, the corporate tax return data, 98% of the filers have a turnover less than 75 crores.
Closing comments. How has life changed for you personally? All of us are working from home.
For me, I think the hard part has been staying all alone and staying away from family, especially at a time when I hear my friends saying, oh, we actually, Sunday evening, we watched a movie together. And, I think that's one, but to be honest, actually the privilege of getting to contribute, at a time like this is also something. I mean, there are always costs to these things. So, but that's one of the key changes that has happened. I used to, go once in 2-3 weeks to Hyderabad for the weekend. And that I haven't been able to do. So that's how my life has changed. But I think these have been very, in some sense, therefore, I have actually been working almost all my waking hours. So, and that's a... class as hard.
Do we have him? Hi sir, can you hear me? This is Ruchi Bhatia from ET Now.
Pradhan Mantri. Yes, Ruchi.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of ET Now, of News Now. I'm Ruchi Bhatia. We've got a very special interaction lined up on the show for you. Union Minister Prakash Javadekar joining us on this leg of the broadcast. Hi sir, good evening. This is Ruchi Bhatia. I hope you, your family and your staff is keeping well and safe during these times. You're joining us right after the Prime Minister announcing the 20 lakh crore rupee economic stimulus for the country. I want to ask you and basically play the devil's advocate as well. Your critics say that this will not do anything to create enough demand in the economy. All these measures are mostly monetary measures, are liquidity measures. Some sort of fiscal support or the fact that money should be put in the hands of people, that still hasn't happened.
I don't subscribe to their criticism because that is not factually correct. Wherever you put money into Indian economy, it starts rolling, and when the velocity increases, it makes the impact on economy overall, and therefore all money will regenerate more demand. That is the basis of our package.
Right. You know, the kind of reforms, sir, that we did see today, the Finance Minister announcing a whole host of changes and amendments to the Essential Commodities Act, 3 big agriculture-related reforms as well. However, if you see, the government has stopped short of making any sort of announcement or further putting money for PM Kisan. Neither anything has been done with respect to increasing the MSP for more crops. This was a long-standing demand for a lot of states as well. Why has the government in fact done that while they have said that they have a long-term vision, they have an intent for doubling farmers' income?
See, first I will speak my first comment about 3 very big reforms. Farmers were always demanding that they should be free from the clutches of one single agency where they had to market their product. They wanted freedom. That freedom is granted, so they can sell to anybody whom they want. Second is, they also wanted the better price. The whole farmer agitation was about remunerative prices, and how remunerative prices can be assured. Whoever are the buyers, if buyers will discuss with the farmer, and if farmer is okay with somebody, he has now the right and choice to go to him and get right price. So it is the right for right price. And Tisra, in Essential Commodities Act, the amendment which we will be moving is really making him free. The Essential Commodities Act was the product of scarcity of food products. Now there is no scarcity. So putting up unnecessary restrictions on farmers when there is a good demand elsewhere in the outside the country, that export limitations should not be there, and stock limitations also should not be there. That is why this amendment, these are the 3 revolutionary steps which have been announced today. Those who understand agriculture economy understand the importance of it. More importantly, you have asked me why you are not giving handouts. We have already given in one family, 10 crore families, 2,000 rupees for Kisan Samman Nidhi, 1,500 rupees in their Jan Dhan account of the lady of the house, 2,400 rupees worth of 3 gas cylinders free of cost. Senior citizens have got 1,000 rupees, and states have given them 1,000, 2,000, yeah, 3,000 rupees. So all put together, these vulnerable 10 crore people have got money more than what opposition is demanding.
All right. So the Prime Minister's call has also been for becoming very vocal on going local as well. However, the big concern and something that the industry also raises is the fact that until and unless you reduce the cost of capital and you bite the bullet on critical reforms like land and labor, much of it will not really move. What is the game plan now for the government in terms of these critical reforms as well? The Prime Minister has said that the opportunity for reforms is now. What is it that we can hear from the government in the days to come?
I think today you have heard 3 big reforms in agriculture. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow you will listen more, and hopefully on the fields which you are interested in. So let us wait for 24 hours.
Okay, are you giving us a cue, sir, that we will see something on labor reforms as well in the next 2 days by the Finance Minister?
Absolutely. Absolutely, because Prime Minister in his Atmanirbhar speech also has emphasized that his whole speech has labor reforms, legal reforms, land reforms, and technology-driven reforms. So all these put together, he wants to bring in the next stage of reforms.
Sir, the Prime Minister did say that lockdown 4 now will be very different from the first and the second lockdown that we've seen. We will see more areas opening up. You had various meetings with the states as well. Help us understand in terms of the big demand from states on opening up public transport as well as opening up the skies as well, the aviation sector as well. What is it that the government's own thinking is? What is it that we can see over the next few days? And most importantly, how critical will the opening up of the services sector be from here on, given the fact that because of the 50-day lockdown, they have been in a lot of pain?
See, as far as green zones are concerned, that is nearly 400 districts. It is practically now 24/7 good, not 24/7, 12 hours. All good economic activities are conducted. Industries have also started or are starting. And second is in orange zone, despite containment zone, there will be much freedom. And in the red zone, yes, it's a small area of worry where state governments and the local administration will finally put down the conditions locally which will be applicable. But the government of India's direction is progressive opening.
So you're talking about progressive opening. Does that mean that even the government will look at perhaps re-looking at the whole definition of red zones in itself? Because the industry chambers have reached out to the government and they have said that there is a need to re-look at the red zones as well and perhaps isolate the containment areas. Is that something that the government is actively considering?
No, actually, Mr. Harshavardhan, the Health Ministry is capable to answer these because these are final niceties where the Health Ministry only knows what criteria they are deciding.
Sir, and my last question to you before I let you go. The Prime Minister did make a call for Atmanirbhar Bharat, but at a time like this when global economies themselves are struggling with a response to coronavirus, do you see the world and perhaps India becoming more protectionist in the days to come?
No, this is not about protectionism. he has made it very clear that we don't want to be isolationist. We don't want to be protectionist to that extent where we don't want anything. We actually want to engage with the world more. Today our imports are more and exports are less. We want to improve our exports. And as far as Indian demand is concerned, more and more production should be from India, make in India, and that is what means that less dependence on foreign. So reducing the imports, improving the export is the theme which Prime Minister has put before the nation.
Sir, and before I let you go, and this is going to be my last question, can we completely give up the hope that there will be any cash handouts for any sections of the society in the days to come? And I'm asking because, on the fisc, the government has has a lot of given a lot of consideration as well, given the fact that the rating agencies may also come down very heavily on the government. So can one completely give up the hope that there will be any cash handouts as a part of the government's next set of announcements?
Already for the 10 crore poor people, cash handouts have been given, as I explained. As far as industry is concerned, their main problem was to create demand again, and an infrastructure and many other enabling provisions which government is already doing. And as far as final industrial package, you will have to wait for a few hours more.
For the industrial package, can we expect the government to announce some tax breaks as well? This is being widely anticipated. I know the government last year announced a mega corporate tax cut, as well for the industries, but perhaps the need of the economy is very different at this point of time. How important and how, where in the pecking order does a tax break for the industry is at this point of time, sir?
India is the probably only country with 15% tax rates. So that is the best position we could have taken any time, and that Modi ji has already taken when there was no COVID. And now we are definitely helping each section as per the requirement of the section. Every time cash handout is not the only way. There are more meaningful ways to come out of it. And as I said, final things already in MSME sectors, 3,70,000 crore have been pumped in. That is what you can say. Cash handout, if somebody defines it as a just donation or dole out, that is not the correct way to do. You have to do something and get something. That's the best possible policy.
All right, on that note, sir, many thanks for taking your time out and speaking to us at ET Now. It's always a pleasure chatting with you. That was Union Minister Prakash Javadekar in conversation with ET Now. We take a short break on that note and come back with more news stories and important conversations on the other side. Welcome back. Let's get you another important conversation. This is a chat that I had this morning with the World Bank Country Director Junaid Ahmed. Remember, World Bank has extended another $1 billion aid for social security programs to India. This is going to be milestone based, and of course states will have a large role to play in it. This is the conversation that I had with him earlier in the day. Let's take a look.
Remind you of the logic of what's happening here. The health intervention as a result of COVID around the world has resulted in a very unique intervention, which is social distancing and the slowdown of the economy. I mean, very rarely do you see governments around the world slowing down the economy in order to solve a health issue. This is what COVID has done. But because it's slowing down the economics of a country, you face a dilemma of lives versus livelihoods. And I think no government in the world is willing to accept that trade-off. And so to support the poor and the vulnerable during this slowdown, social protection interventions have now become very dominant. And so India too has engaged in social protection to be a bridge for the poor and the vulnerable between the time that health intervention has slowed down the economy and hopefully a revival that should be coming in the weeks or months ahead. So this social protection is exactly sequenced in that sense. Its nature is exactly what you have talked about. COVID around the world has revealed the fault lines in our economic, governance, and social systems. If you look at the West, it shows that the incidence of COVID has really been on minority communities, with a lot of the fatality in minority communities. You've seen the impact on aged. In this country, and mine, Bangladesh, in fact, in South Asia, what you see is that the impact of COVID has been on the urban worker, it has been on the migrant worker, it has been on the workers in the unorganized sector who don't traditionally have access to social protection. What Government of India has done and what we're supporting is pivoting of the government's social protection system, which is largely a rural-based one, into incorporating migrants, into incorporating the unorganized worker in the urban area. But it's also one that is beginning to look at a stronger relationship between the center and the state in terms of responding to the local condition. So what this social protection system is doing is really one of pivoting and creating a platform which fills that fault line that COVID has revealed, the fault line where migrants may have been left out, unorganized workers may have been left out, and strengthening of the response of state governments in India's federalism. It is a watershed moment because India, I think, is truly making its social protection system a pan-national one, not just simply one that's focused on the rural area.
Mr. Ahmed, I want to understand from you, just yesterday we did see the government announcing, one leg of the package which focused on migrants, which focused on providing one nation, one ration card as well, and ensuring that some of those linkages with respect to various social security programs can be figured out in the long term. Having said that, what in the World Bank's view will be the future challenges to ensure that happens?
I think what you're seeing today is first the pivot of making, in effect, a social protection system that was largely rural to one that's national. To shift from one type of approach to another requires quite a bit of strengthening of implementation, strengthening of how you identify the recipients, ensuring that urban systems, migrants are able to get access to food, access to cash grants, ensuring portability of the system, ensuring that the different schemes, because there are about 400 plus schemes that underpin Government of India's social protection system, to coordinate them. And one area of coordination is using NDMA, which has a window on State Disaster Response Fund, which basically usually gets a scheme-based support to making it linked to a social protection system where as national disasters hit, such as a pandemic, that there are resources that are available for state governments to actually use to respond to their local conditions. So there's quite a bit of changes that are going to happen, which government of India is already beginning to take, where you having connections between one system to the other. But I have to tell you that this is something that government of India builds on its strength. And its strengths are, it has a very comprehensive PDS system. It has a system of Jan Dhan, of Aadhaar, of bank accounts that exist. Over 300 million bank accounts, predominantly in the hands of women that can get cash transfer. It has a Manrega, so as people move between urban and rural, you can have both the urban system kick in and the rural system kick in. So it's building on these strengths that India is able to move towards a pan-national system.
Junaid, we're given to understand that this is not the end of it. There is another aid that is in the works, and this one is going to be for the small and medium enterprises, coming right after the kind of announcements that we saw 2 days ago by the finance minister as well. She has in fact not just changed the definition of small and medium enterprises in India, but also has said that there will be collateral free loans as well that will be given, and PSUs mostly will now be looking at clearing the dues of small and medium enterprises in the next 45 days. The big concern for small and medium enterprises has always been the liquidity issue. How are you, in your conversations for the next aid that is coming, how are you telling the government to address some of the liquidity issues, mostly on account of the government run companies or governments, the government tenders that the MSMEs are facing?
First, I think it's important to recognize the strategy here. Starts off with health, moves to social protection, and then moves towards the third component, which is economic stabilization. And MSMEs are central to that third component. So logically, this overall program is, I think, one of the most comprehensive focus on the impact of COVID. In the story of MSME, I think you're absolutely right, and government recognizes this, that both RBI and government has created quite a bit of liquidity in the market. The challenge now is to take that liquidity down to the retail level in the hands of MSME. And for that, government is beginning to look at different transmission mechanisms. And I think it's going to be a combination of banks, of NBFCs, of housing banks, the retail structure of intermediation that currently exists in India needs to be leveraged. And to leverage it, what is critical and what government has announced is the de-risking of the problems that MSMEs show. In that de-risking, you're going to be able to bring in greater intermediation and movement of the liquidity from the wholesale into the retail. But I have to add that one more area is that even as government puts in the liquidity, the biggest liquidity is capital markets. So a lot of these guarantee mechanisms, the de-risking mechanism, is also aimed to bring in capital markets into the story. And I think that this is going to be a very, very big storyline of how the intermediation functions and how to link the guarantee systems into the intermediation. The World Bank is currently working with government to actually support this third phase, the economic stabilization around MSMEs also.
Corona impact and the way Europe has been shut down. This kind of fall, based on historical parameters, is unlikely to continue. Time to press the start button, but you need to do in a slow mode.
The 9 prior times where the market went down about 30%.
What will change for consumer in terms of demand after the reset? Are you rubbing your eyes, Jim, with disbelief that crude became zero? I'm asking you a difficult question, but I guess the situation is also difficult.
Undoubtedly, Nikunj, these are unprecedented times.
Let me try and answer this question. It's a very difficult question. Beautiful question. Yeah, I can tell you, we believe that we'll be able to reduce costs.
See, in investing, one thing is very clear, Nikunj. You should not buy if you don't understand.
ET is one of my favorites in the world. I'm a fan.
whatever may be the underlying factor, markets will always act, react, overshoot.
Mr. Panagria, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Tamanna. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Hey, Tamanna, maybe today we can talk a little bit about the reforms that have also come in as a part of these packages, and also perhaps a couple of states like the UP and Gujarat on labor.
Absolutely, absolutely. I want to talk about both parts, and even on the packages. I mean, the key point that I'm starting with, as you will see, is that how much, we will not put it that way, but just to put it succinctly, how much is package and how much is packaging? In the sense, it seems more of a broad-based effort. Don't quote me on that, but it seems to be more of a broad-based effort कि हम आपको loan देंगे, ऐसे मुफ्त में पैसा नहीं देंगे. The no free lunch formula, in a sense. And does that approach
there are then free lunches
work
also
or not? They made it pretty clear now. Okay.
But your broad comment is correct, and I'm with it personally. I'm with it.
Appetizers, I would say free appetizers.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is that until and unless my problem really has been that if the hands are not there, if the boots are not there on the ground, by throwing money at people, you're not going to get any economic action happening.
No economic action is going to happen till you don't open the lockdown.
So people, unless the people are there to work.
Yes, we can start. Let's start.
But the government also cannot open it just like that. I think green, most of yellow, you can open. But where you got these really hot spots, ultimately, even one city turns into New York City, you will see everybody coming to point fingers at the government that, it acted so hastily.
Yeah. We are sitting in the middle of it and talking to you, sir. Mumbai is New York City and not in the way we hoped.
Even now, Bombay is not New York, I tell you. But if Bombay turns into New York, you would have everybody jumping.
Okay, we'll start off, sir.
Yeah.
A very good evening. You're watching the India Development Debate. I'm Tamanna Inamdar, and what a show we have lined up for you. What a day it has been of big news stories and developments. But let's start with the prime focus on the show today, which is, of course, part 3, in a sense, of the unveiling of the 20 lakh crore rupee package. Now we know that there have been these daily press conferences by the finance minister who has been focusing on different sectors each day. Today was the agri sector, a lot of points mentioned over there in the press conference. Let me give you the gist of it. A broad range of announcements which begin from some kind of regulatory changes. So, for example, taking out some items from the essential commodities list, then extending finance to focus on infrastructure in agriculture. The theme is very clear, and this is really the important part. The theme is that we will empower you, we will not give in to entitlement kind of policy making. So there will be measures which give you easy loans, which give you easy fundings, but no cash, no dole, quote unquote. And this is something which has been echoed by the finance minister, by several ministers in the government, as well as by the chief economic advisor in a conversation with ET Now just today. The theme seems to be very clear. The question is this the right approach? Before we move forward to discuss this in detail, let's just play out for you those key excerpts of what both the finance minister and the chief economic advisor said about this today.
Everywhere, the underlying principle is to empower people, give them resources so that they can produce for themselves and have a livelihood for themselves rather than go only on entitlements. Where entitlements are due, yes, they will be given. But largely, our focus is making sure India stands up on its own, India is able to be helped to stand up on its own, in turn generate more jobs and so on. So you find a lot more giving of empowering people through creation of skills, creation of logistics and so on.
So in theory, that sounds like the best possible plan. You can't, don't keep feeding the fisherman, teach him how to fish kind of economics. The question is this the right time for that? How is this 20 lakh crore rupee being broken down? How much of it is actual, fiscal sort of moves? How much of it is padding up moves and regulatory frameworks? To break all of that down, I'm joined now by top economist and the first vice chairman of the Niti Aayog, Arvind Panagriya. Mr. Panagriya, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak with you. Hope you're doing well.
I'm quite well. Thank you, Tamanna. All well. Thank you for having me on your show.
All right, let me start off with the basic question that I have raised. And this theme is now pretty much clear from the 3 press conferences that have taken place so far, that there will be no free lunch for anybody. There will be, and the finance minister said there will be entitlements where they are required, but the plan is we will give you soft loans, we will give you the means and tools to empower yourself, and then you find a way to stand on your own feet. It's a great idea in theory. My question is now the time for that kind of tough love?
Tamanna, my take on this has been during the crisis, what the government needs to do is to ensure that companies, entrepreneurs, firms, they remain afloat. What can happen is that, even the companies that really ought to survive in the long run may go bankrupt because of liquidity problems, and that needs to be prevented. And I think, largely that philosophy has guided the 3 packages or 3 sub-packages of the overall package that has been given out. On the philosophy, this is very much close to the way I think about it, that at the end of the day, the government's capacity to pass out entitlement, meaning, free cash, is going to be limited. At the end of the day, you need tax revenues to finance those. You can borrow a little bit, but that is also a tax liability on the future generations. So there is no getting around that particular fact. So how much, unless the economy generates enough wealth, and therefore the government is able to raise revenues, you can't go out of your way to pass on cash, meaning, transfers. That is, that it may not be cash, it may be in kind, but transfer. So there are limits to that. So in this sense, and I also think ultimately that, development is all about it's all about unleashing the energies of the people, energies of the entrepreneurs, farmers, and so forth. And that's what we need to do. And in that sense, I personally think that, the package is on the right track. It also, by the way, joins back now in my mind after listening to the way the finance minister talked today, to what the Prime Minister had said about self-reliance. So at the end, I think, there is a connection here that, look, self-reliance really means that help yourself. We will assist you in the way that the government ought to assist you. But otherwise, you need to help yourself too, rather than we making you or the government making transfers in very large volumes. So, yeah. Yes.
That's an interesting connection, Mr. Panagriya. Atmanirbharta at all levels. Atmanirbhar Bharat, and each individual and every section should also be Atmanirbhar. All truisms. My question is the context, and also the fact that the banking system is what is now being used as the funnel to really get this aid to different sections. Now, that whole funnel seems to not have been very efficient so far. We know that liquidity sitting with banks, not going to businesses that require it. There is a fearfulness of taking credit risk on. And into this mix, you throw in, for example, street vendors now who have to be extended 10,000 rupees. You don't know where they stay. You don't know what they're going to sell today and what they're going to sell tomorrow. Do you really see that as the right medium to funnel this aid? Also, the appetite for any kind of loan when there is an uncertainty about the future, uncertainty about demand.
Right. So look, this is where it comes back to where is the demand, right? So if you throw in too much money, and also where is the supply, meaning that if people are not there at the workplaces, then you can't generate supply. And if you can't generate supply, then generating extra demand, even by transfers, is not going to go very far. So there's a whole, this is a very, very unusual kind of shock that we have, where both demand and supply have been impacted. So that's one. Now, coming to your question about, loans, etc. Now, remember that, for example, in the first part of the package, there was a 3 trillion rupees, 3 lakh crore rupees allocated for loans, which would be completely collateral free. And the government is giving 100% guarantee to the banks, not just on principal, but also on interest. And so those loans, I think, can move pretty fast. Likewise, when you said street vendors, no collateral is required, so that can move fast. Remember here, there is actually a fiscal backstop to all this. Ultimately, the government is standing behind. Whenever collateral-free loan is given, which is guaranteed by the government, in effect, there is a government fiscal backstop that at the end of the day, some of this is going to end up on the government books directly or indirectly. So there is a fiscal element to it. We don't see it because, some of it at present may be off budget. But ultimately, it will come on the budget in terms of the interest that has to be paid in terms of guarantees that will have to be made good, that the government will have to make good on. So I think there is that. Plus, let us also not underestimate, I think, in the package, a lot of reforms have been plugged in as well. And to me, I think that's very important that, we have taken the unusual step of also doing some of the key reforms as a part of the package.
No, absolutely. I want to talk a bit about this fiscal backstop and, extend it to the question of fiscal limitation. Very important point made by the Chief Economic Advisor when he was in conversation with ET Now today, talking about the lurking, I wouldn't say fear, but awareness that our sovereign ratings will take a hit if we let the fiscal deficit go out of control. It's not as easy as printing money and, giving it to everyone who needs it right now. And do you think that that is a very real concern?
Oh, that certainly is a very real concern because, since January, easily about 20 countries have experienced a credit rating reduction by Fitch. These are, largely emerging market economies. So that threat lurks in the background. And in fact, the Fitch had made a statement that they are looking at the possibility of knocking down India's rating. So the government has made the very wise decision, and it is bold actually. At one point, I was okay that, if in the end, part of this funding has to come from printing money in this kind of situation, that would be sort of okay. I mean, I was willing to do that, go with it for at least one time possibility, but I give government a lot of credit that so far it has actually not resorted to that. I mean, that ought to be the last resort, and that's how the government seems to be playing.
So then the basic question is that at this time of great need, and there is no doubt that there is a great need on every section. The government is not in an enviable position right now. You have, the informal sector, migrant workers who need help. You have MSMEs who need help. You have big businesses who need help. There are either entire sectors whose future is not visible right now. what does the government then really do to ensure that we survive this?
I think largely the government is doing what needs to be done. You can, complain on the edges. Naturally, unexpected things happen, and not every part of the government is equally efficient. But by and large, broadly speaking, my view has been that the government has done an excellent job. And this is how, meaning also this approach that let's see how the reality unfolds is an important one. I think that the major place at which we have had some breakdowns was in dealing with the migrant situation. But other than that, we will have to keep going to see how the COVID situation unfolds. Now, in terms of can the government be more aggressive in opening the economy? I suppose it could be, at least in the green zones and even parts of yellow zones where the number of cases have been, like 10 or 15 at the district level. So 10 or 15 cases in a very large district are not that many, and one can handle them by quarantine and so forth. So I think that's where possibilities exist that, one can, maybe this will happen after 18th May, that we could be a bit more aggressive in opening up and letting the workers get back to work. Of course, some of the most intense areas of economic activity are also the most impacted by COVID. And there the government will have to continue to exercise some caution. Though here also some selectivity is possible that, if you find a case or two in a particular building, you need to quarantine only that building. You don't have to quarantine the entire locality. So those are the kinds of things you can do. But, central government can't do these things. It really ultimately has to be handled by the state governments and the local administrations.
That's another very important aspect of this whole situation. What central government does, what state government does, and how they coordinate with each other. You spoke about the migrant worker situation a little while ago, Mr. Panagria. And I think that's a prime example of, dropping the ball between deciding who's in charge, the central government or the state government. And in a sense, waiting for the other person to take charge. How crucial will this kind of coordination be if, we have to really smoothen things going forward, and especially opening up the economy, because now we know we have to live with COVID-19 for some time.
Yes. No, I think that is the key issue, that we have got to live with COVID for a little while. And this is why the learning that we have done in the last 2 months is extremely important. We ought to make use of it. Coordination, of course, is very important. But more than coordination, it is that each level of administration ought to feel its own responsibility. See, coordination can't be one way. So therefore, the responsibility has to be felt at all levels. And I think that has been done. Save the situation of migrants, which, again, one has to recognize that this is the first time we have dealt with this kind of situation. There are always glitches when you're faced with, first time with any major kind of dislocation. I'm reminded of, at that time when under Prime Minister Vajpayee, we had to deal with this hijacking. And in the end, we ended up releasing those terrorists from the Indian prisons. That was the first time we had to deal with it. But once we had dealt with it second time, we were much better prepared. When 26/11 happened, the government did not give in to the terrorists. So similarly, I think, likewise, COVID, this is the first time we have dealt with this kind of pandemic. Second time, we'll be much better prepared. If you look at the countries which have done well, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, even Vietnam, these are all countries, China, they had all dealt with this pandemic, or at least epidemic situation, at least once before. So they were prepared. So I think we will be better prepared also for migration, for dealing with any kind of epidemic also. Although I, again, should emphasize that we have done quite well, actually, and if you look at the number of deaths, which you cannot hide, we have contained them absolutely fantastically. Look at the American numbers, past 80,000 today. and ours are still below 3,000. So the government deserves a lot of credit for what it has been able to do without any prior preparation, really, because everyone was taken by surprise.
Yes. So, that's the double-edged sword. We have managed to keep the numbers down because we went into an early lockdown and a very severe one. The side effect of that early and severe lockdown has been huge distress on the economic front all over the place. You and I are speaking on, just counting down to the end of lockdown 3.0. We'll now see lockdown 4.0. Just, your word on how lockdown 4.0 needs to look so that we can balance this lives and livelihood situation.
Again, we need to be careful in looking at this, Tamanna, because it's not that we were too soon and too hard of a lockdown. It's not. If you look at the economic conditions elsewhere, the US has had less severe lockdown, perhaps not as early as it should have. It's still suffering. If you look at the employment rates, they've really skyrocketed 3 times of what they were in the immediate post financial crisis period. So we're not the ones. Also, remember that, if we had delayed and, for example, the deaths had spiked, then eventually the economic impact would have been much worse. So it is a, calculated move. We would never know what would have been too early or just about right timing of it and so forth. So, but going forward, I think now we know a bit more and all. We also have beefed up our defenses quite a bit now in terms of the health infrastructure, including everything. And so now I think we can, green districts. I see no reason why any restrictions are required for movement of workers, at least within districts. And if there are 2 or more green districts that are adjoining to each other, then inter-district, between district movement can also be allowed fully, actually freely. Even in yellow districts where your cases are fewer than, let's say 15 or something, then simply allow the movement and restrict the movement of those who are impacted, quarantine those. So that will really leave the hotspots and districts that are very tight. I mean, obviously, where you are sitting, Bombay is India's New York in a way, New York City where I'm sitting. So there, I think will obviously take a lot longer. But again, I think some basic things can be easily done. For example, there's no reason to restrict the movement of online deliveries to only essential commodities. I think we have to open up, New York, here in the US, we never stopped the non-essential items delivery online. I mean, the actual shopping centers are all closed, but online deliveries, these kinds of things we can do. We can be more liberal in those areas.
Yes. Okay, just one last point. You spoke earlier in this interview about reforms. And one of the big key reforms that has always been talked about in the Indian context is labor reforms. Now, we have seen several states come out with their iterations of labor laws and changes in labor laws. Some have had to backtrack a little after the initial situation, and it seems to have become a debate over whether these are harming interest of labor or are they really going to lead to more formalized jobs. What's your take on the labor reform debate?
So as a matter of principle, I've been a very long time advocate of labor law reforms. Now, what I think the big bangs have been done by UP and Gujarat. But one thing that nobody seems to have recognized, at least I have not seen it, anybody recognize, is that this is a concurrent list subject. The laws in question are central laws. So the decision by UP and Gujarat, and on some issues also by Madhya Pradesh, is the first step. Ultimately, these reforms cannot be clear. It will become effective only after the central government gives permission to the states to go ahead with the reforms. So I think, there are still some issues related to health and safety, which the central government will have to judiciously look at. Whether, for example, the UP and Gujarat, particularly UP, ordinance may have gone too far in overlooking some of the health and safety related issues. These are health and safety of workers. So those are things that the central government will have to come back and put some lid on. But overall, I think, these two states, I'm with it. These were long overdue reforms. But there is one qualification here, that these are basically suspension of the operation of these labor laws, which is for 3 years in UP and 1,200 days in Gujarat. Now, the ultimate objective in my mind of the labor law reforms is to facilitate the entry of medium and large firms. And medium and large firms, make investments based on long-term horizon. So unless you also do at least some of the key reforms, which will remain in force even after this suspension period has expired, these investments by medium and large firms will not happen. So both UP and Gujarat need to go back and think about this, at least some minimal reforms that are necessary, and not just in the form of suspension for a limited period, but also in the longer term. And clearly the Chapter 5B of the Industrial Disputes Act, which restricts the ability of the enterprises to lay off workers under almost any circumstances, that reform needs to be done for the long run as well.
Absolutely. And I guess a more coordinated plan, not a haphazard sort of a little reform here, one announcement there. We can absolutely use this as an opportunity, as has been stated again and again. Thank you so much, Mr. Panagria, for joining us on the first big discussion this evening on the show.
Having me, Tamanna.
I want to move on to a very interesting story from today, which actually gives us a glimpse into how every sector and area will sort of navigate the post-COVID future. And this is about OTT platforms becoming perhaps the primary destination for movies. Now, this has come about after the decision of Amazon to acquire 5 movies, and one of them is Gulabo Sitabo, which has the big B and Ayushmann Khurrana in it. So imagine a movie with Amitabh Bachchan in it is going to go straight to an OTT platform instead of to a cinema hall near you. It's a move that may have been in the offing, but it has led to a massive spat between two very important arms of the industry. On the one hand are the producers of movies, and the other hand are exhibitors, which include theatre owners who are livid that they have been bypassed. Take a look at this report.
It's a spat and a widening rift. Two of Indian entertainment's biggest arms, film producers and cinema hall owners, are at loggerheads, even as a couple of producers have decided to skip the theatrical release for their canned films. The Amitabh Ayushmann starrer Gulabo Sitabo, produced by Shrujit Sarkar, is one, and the other is the Vidya Balan starrer Shakuntala Devi, produced by Abundancia Entertainment. Both films have been acquired by leading OTT player Amazon Prime Video, along with 5 other regional films.
Very deep in India as well. When Prime Video is watched in over 4,000 towns and cities in the country, so it's a deal which therefore ensures the reach to our customers around the world and India. That's one. Second is that we obviously, as these movies come straight to Prime Video, we will be ensuring that we'll be marketing these films and taking to our customers on the service and marketing across the Amazon ecosystem, as well as digitally, as well as offline media.
It's going to boil down to how everybody responds to the creative challenge. The customers are becoming more discerning, and the mediums of taking entertainment to customers have always been evolving. for the past 20 years to the next 50 years, there's always going to be technology enabling the consumption of entertainment in various forms. And so the customers overall become discerning, and that's a creative challenge that I believe will be posed to all content creators. And knowing what I do of the industry here, I think they are more than ready to take that challenge on.
But multiplex owners like Inox Leisure and PVR are unlikely to be convinced. They have put out tweets saying this is alarming and disconcerting and reserve all rights, including taking retributive action. The Producers Guild of India has responded, saying it is disappointing to see such abrasive and unconstructive responses from some of our colleagues in the exhibition sector, citing their own difficulties, like no clarity in reopening of cinema halls, question marks on whether audiences will return when theatres open for business again, and the mounting interest dues on loans taken for film production.
In the past, a film would make it on an OTT platform only after a 60-day window, a post-theatrical release. But now, the direct digital route means that OTT players have to shell out more to acquire the same film if it is not going to hit theatres first. The buzz is that that amount over X is around 60 to 70% of that initial sum. Are OTT players willing to pay that? Definitely. Are producers inclined to go that route? Definitely too, because of the mounting interest cost that they're paying on loans taken towards film production, which is why OTT players are getting all these films and producers are going for that option. But this is obviously riling up the theatre owners. In Mumbai, I'm Vikram Oza for ET Now.
Okay, so is this going to turn into a trend? What about the reach of these kind of movies? Is this a short-term fix, and what do the commercials look like? To speak on all of this, I'm joined by, I would say, the ultimate insider of the business, Taran Adarsh. Taran, great to have you on the show. Give us your take. Is this going to be restricted to your, I would say, multiplex type movies, which would find an audience on OTT platforms? What about the big mega blockbusters? Would they also have to look at OTT platforms?
To be very honest, what I see right now is happening is that people are absolutely clueless about when the theaters would reopen. And a lot of producers who feel, now in this case, I would like to single out Gulabo Sitabo, which is Amitabh Bachchan, and Ayushmann Khurrana. Now, Ayushmann's previous films, including the one that came out recently, that was Bala, which did 100+ crore and NBOC, net box office collection, which means they got a share of it. The distributor got a share of approximately 50 crores just from the India theatrical business. And I'm not counting the overseas theatrical business. So when you go directly to OTT, you lose out not just the India theatrical business, but also the overseas theatrical business. So you lose out on a big chunk of investment. And also now that you've gone on to OTT, you're not going to have a theatrical release in India, and I presume overseas also. That's a big loss for the producers. But then when I look at the larger picture, I'm sure the producers must have done their calculations to strike a deal with Amazon. And the fact that Mr. Bachchan and Ayushmann Khurrana have also tweeted about it, that means they are on board, they're on the same page. So I guess I don't think it's going to be a norm. It's not going to be a practice in the coming weeks. But there would be a few more announcements. One keeps hearing in the industry that a few producers are definitely going to release on the OTT platforms. But as of now, let's be very honest, no one knows. I spoke to a couple of producers since the past few days. They are absolutely clueless when the theaters would reopen. And when the theaters reopen, would the audience actually come in? Because when the lockdown gets over, people would be ready to bring their lives back on the track, pay their bills, pay their medical expenses, do their medical expenses, look out for the education. There are many things to do. Entertainment doesn't even feature on their list anymore. So I am sure the producers are aware of this fact.
No,
and
but
a couple of producers
you're absolutely right when you say that. You're absolutely right when you say entertainment might not be the top priority, but that's not the only thing. There is no model right now for how it will be safe to sit in a movie hall and what it will look like. I mean, airlines are figuring out some kind of way.
You're absolutely right. You raise a very valid point.
Very far out cry.
Yes, you've raised a very valid point about, see, when we talk of social distancing, right from entering the cinema hall, to buying your ticket, to entering the cinema hall in the elevator, to the seating arrangement, and by the seating arrangement, I mean the person next to you or ahead or behind you. Also, during the intermission, while going to buy the popcorn, nachos, or the soft drink, or going to the restrooms, and for that matter, when the show gets over, there's always the housekeeping, which takes around 10 minutes to clean this cinema halls. Will the housekeeping have to sanitize the seats? And will that result in lesser shows at the multiplexes? All these things have to be thought about. So these things are not going to be, you open the theaters and people will be coming in. No, many things will have to be thought about when the theaters reopen, when the government gives the green signal to, yes, play the movies, open the theaters. So it's going to be a long process. I don't foresee an immediate solution to this. So perhaps that could be one of the reasons why a lot of producers are thinking of going on to OTT. Sorry, a few more producers are thinking of joining the OTT bandwagon. But when you have tentpole films like, say, a Suryavanshi or Radhe, or a larger than life film coming in, and you want to watch it on the big screen, I guess these people will wait for the cinemas to reopen, not just in India, I repeat, because we have a big chunk of money coming in from the overseas markets also, and you have to have normalcy across the globe. By normalcy, I mean the theaters have to reopen, and the audience have to come in, and only then will these films schedule their releases across the globe simultaneously.
Just one more point about creating fresh content. We're currently talking about movies that have already been made, are waiting in the cans and, waiting to be released, etc. Meanwhile, all fresh production has stopped. We don't know when that's going to start as well. Do you see innovation over there of new kind of content coming in? Because the demand is constantly increasing.
Well, I would like to add one more point here now. Again, a very important question. I don't think there would be fresh announcements for the time being. A lot of production houses have films in the under-production stages. By under-production stages, I mean films which are on the verge of completion in terms of shootings, or in the post-production stages. That is dubbing, background music, VFX, mixing, DI. All these factors have to be completed before they can announce a fresh project. And for the actors to also come on the sets, at any given time, you have approximately 80, 100, 125 people on a particular set. How are you going to maintain the social distancing there? Will the actors be comfortable given the current scenario of COVID-19 spreading everywhere, or the scare factor? I think it's going to be a long process. You can't expect fresh announcements till the time they complete their pending projects. So it's going to be a wait and watch situation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Taran Adarsh, for giving us that perspective. It's a different ball game out there completely. There's so many people right now binge watching, but remember, it's a minute part of the audience. The great Indian film factory can't really come to a stop like that, and this might be a temporary recuse. Meanwhile, great for people who anyway have paid for the subscriptions and are going to get relatively cheaper content rather than paying a lot of money for that overpriced tub of popcorn. So thanks, Taran, for that input. Meanwhile, the future of what entertainment is going to look like is also impacting the world of sports. The world over, they're trying to now figure out how to keep it alive. We've seen the IPL season has been a complete washout this year. For the foreseeable future, you're not going to have big sporting events, but there seems to be a plan in place. Take a look. All right, COVID-19 has changed the way the world functions, and it's been a big hit to several sectors. Zomato is the latest company to feel the pinch. They've announced today that they're laying off 13% of their employees. My colleague Chandra is joining us with more details. Chandra, what is Zomato saying, and what kind of package are they laying out for those that they have let go?
So Zomato, the layoffs today will impact 13% of the workforce, as you said. That translates to 520 employees. Zomato has an overall headcount of 4,000. Now, if you look at the reasons listed out by their founder, Deepinder Goyal, in an email to employees, he's listed out the various macroeconomic challenges. One quote in particular, he says that in the next 6 to 12 months, they expect at least 25 to 40% of restaurants to shut down. So he said the number of restaurants will shrink by that number, that we are only seeing the tip of the iceberg. He says that though they have runway, though they have cash to sustain themselves, the focus now is to really conserve as much cash as possible, because they are not sure how long this is going to happen. They are also planning on bringing down real estate costs by making more and more employees work from home. As far as the laid off employees are concerned, they will get 50% of their salary for a period of 6 months. ESOPs will continue to vest. They will also get health insurance for this period, apart from help with outplacement. So these are some of the measures they've listed out. They've also announced salary cuts across the organization. At higher levels, it could go up to 50%. Overall, while people are of course disheartened, Zomato is also earning praise for tackling this in a manner that is as humane, as empathetic as possible, because you read reports about 3,500 people in Uber being fired over a Zoom call. So when you compare it with that, Zomato is earning praise for dealing with this crisis as humanely as possible. But yes, the worst is to come if you look at the number of restaurants and hotels that are going to shut down, and the huge domino effect that this will have on employment, especially in the gig economy.
Chandra, I don't know if it really softens the blow for those who have lost employment and where they will go next, but I'm seeing a larger trend here. The gig economy, or the aggregators, so to say, seem to have been the most hit. Whether it's Zomato, whether it's Uber, whether it's Airbnb, Oyo, companies like this, which were the rage, suddenly seem to have lost the core of their business model.
That's right, we've seen it happening, and in fact, last week Brian Chesky of Airbnb also sent out a similar note talking about layoffs in their organization. Uber is talking about it. Now, if you look at the online delivery players in India, all of them have been adding grocery as a feature to their delivery, because remember, essential goods is the only service line that hasn't been affected because of the lockdown. So even Zomato has added grocery as a delivery line, but clearly that is not enough to sustain the kind of jobs they were creating. Ola, Uber are still not allowed in many zones across the country. Zomato's business has been hit. People are not going to dine out. There are huge restrictions on even ordering food, because one or two cases where there is, where the delivery boy or the person who he delivers to turns positive, and then it creates a huge stigma. So this crisis is here to stay for a while. We do not know what impact this is going to have if 3 months down the line all these companies are again able to absorb these employees. We do not know. So clearly it's going to have a huge impact. And remember, a lot of people who took to a Swiggy and a Zomato are not high school dropouts. All of them have graduate degrees. They were not able to get jobs in organizations in a structured way, which is why this gig economy opened up a new opportunity for them, that with their qualification, with communication skills, there was a line of employment. So even with that out of the way, the employment scene overall is going to look grim for these people. There is increasingly a call for some sort of wage support from the government to sustain the people who have been hit as a result of job loss from all these online aggregators.
Well, that we'll have to wait and see. That we'll have to wait and see whether there's any kind of wage support. But, it ties in with the conversation we had recently on the show with Mahesh Vyas of CMIE, and their data shows that the maximum number of job losses in the month of April were for people in their 20s. Close to 3 crore people lost their jobs. And that ties in with this trend of relatively lower skilled jobs first flying out of the window. We'll take a very short break. Thank you for all of those details, Chandra. On the other side of the show, it's an interview you must not miss with the Chief Economic Advisor, KV Subramaniam, speaking to ET Now Managing Editor Nikunj Dalmia. It's an interview that has been quoted everywhere through the day because the Chief